Former Chancellor Rishi Sunak officially launches his bid for the Conservative Party leadership. Good morning to you. 6 o'clock, Saturday the 9th of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne, as always, live across the whole of the UK on your TV, your radio, online as well. So wherever you are, take us out and about with you. These are the headlines for you today. The race is on for the top job as more and more Conservative MPs launch their leadership campaigns to replace Boris Johnson as Prime Minister.
Former Equalities Minister Kemi Badenoch becomes the latest to enter the race, joining the likes of Rishi Sunak, Penny Mordaunt and Ben Wallace in the climb for the top job. After a series of strikes already this summer, the consumer watchdog Which now says a significant number of travellers are finding their holiday insurance policies don't cover them in case of strikes. Jeff Moody has the full report for us a bit later. And we're also going to be talking baby names. Amber and Johnny, oops, they're out as popular names for your newborns. But which names are now the top picks for new parents? We'll be finding out.
Oh, apparently my mic was playing up, so I've just swapped it over.
Can we hear you?
I don't know, can you hear me?
I think so. Oh, jolly good.
It's like getting undressed and redressed in public.
Yeah, well, yes, but you weren't on for most of that. But what I was going to say, and what he was going to say, is that obviously we'd love your views throughout this morning's programme. That's what lifts us. That's what tells us what we're talking about is interesting to you, basically. And it's lovely to hear your views. Remember to get in touch. gbviews@gbnews.uk or tweet us @GBNews.
You know what I love about stuff going wrong?
Yeah.
Because it's live TV.
It is, it's brilliant. It reminds you you're live, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I sort of quite like it when things go wrong. And I may be wrong, but I sort of think you like it when things go wrong as well.
Yeah, that was quite interesting because we thought that it was my mic that was wrong, so which is why I didn't say anything at the beginning at all.
And then
it was yours,
My
apparently.
talkback stopped working.
Yeah, that's when we hear what the bosses are telling us.
So I just kept going.
Yeah, that's the only thing to do, I think. Yeah, just to drop another name, when I was at the Berlin Wall, at the fall of the Berlin Wall.
Were you there for the fall of it?
The fall, yeah. And I was doing a live TV programme for breakfast, and there were so many crews all along there. You know, there was all of the American networks. I mean, obviously networks from all over the world were there. And I was standing there in front. I lost total contact with my own gallery, as they call it. Couldn't hear. All I could get was the American gallery next to me. Obviously, that didn't make any... So all I could do is just keep going. I just kept talking and talking, thinking, I have no idea whether I'm going out on air or not. But in the face of it, you just keep going, don't you?
You do. It used to be like that in my radio days, because we used to do what's called a simulcast, so we went on two stations at once, and it's when they sort of... And if one cuts out of you, the one that you're listening to cuts out and goes to something else but a bit early,
You're lost.
You think, well, I might still be on the other one. So you just...
You keep going, you carry on, don't you? And I wonder if that's what the feeling is like in Westminster at the moment. You know, whatever's happening, it feels as though things are falling apart, but you just keep soldiering on. That's all you can do.
Yeah, and sort of hope for the best with all of this. And, of course, that means that the battle for the leadership for that top job is continuing, and in fact heating up a little bit, because the one who is the front runner, always been thought of as the front runner, the former Chancellor Rishi Sunak, has now officially thrown his hat into the ring.
Yes, in very stylish style as well, with a video and a sort of website all ready to go, and a tagline which is "Ready for Rishi." Are you ready for Rishi? I don't know. Trade Minister Penny Mordaunt and Defence Secretary Ben Wallace clearly aren't, because they're also at the top of the polls at the moment.
Yeah, and then we have former Equalities Minister Kemi Badenoch. Now, she's actually the very latest to enter the race. She's made an announcement in The Times this morning.
Yeah, now, you see, I don't know her very well, but I imagine we will get to know all of these people in the next 2 weeks, because they're really going to tighten up the speed of the race. It's a very large pool of ever-growing contenders, but which Tory candidate can we ultimately expect to win?
Yeah, let's talk to Dr Rod Dackham, who's Senior Lecturer in Politics at King's College London. Morning to you. It's good to see you this morning. Look, everyone was expecting Rishi to have a go at this. He's been sort of very well thought of up until quite recently. Does he still sort of have the best chance, do you think?
The answer is who knows. So Conservative leadership contests tend to go one of two ways. They're either a coronation, so you know who's going to win, there's barely a contest at all, or they tend to be a bit of a bloodbath. I suspect this is going to be the latter. There could be anything up to 15, maybe 19 people standing. They're going to be whittled down in very quick order. This should be tied up, the first part at least, in the next couple of weeks or so. So the short answer is we simply don't know.
That Rishi Sunak and his advisors obviously thought, be the first. And it has achieved a lot from that point of view, because his picture is the biggest on the front pages of all the Sunday newspapers. No, it's not Sunday today, it's Saturday. The Saturday newspapers today. Yeah, his is the big picture. So he's sort of established his story, and his video is very much about his backstory, his upbringing, his parents and things like that. So do you think he was wise? And historically, is the first out usually the one that wins?
So we can tell two things about Rishi Sunak. The first is that he's laid the groundwork for this for some time. You know, this video didn't come from nowhere. The website has been registered for a few months now. So this has been something that, at the very least, he's been kind of mulling over and preparing. The other thing to think about is that you need to do two things to become leader of the Conservative Party, to become Prime Minister. The first is you need to convince your parliamentary colleagues. So the way this race works is you get whittled down to two final candidates. That's done by MPs voting. Those last two get voted on by the party membership at large. That's like 100,000 people. So you need to be the kind of person who's going to have a big enough constituency of MPs and then also be popular amongst the party membership. Now, Rishi Sunak suggests he has about 100 MPs backing him already, obviously in the context of parliamentary party. The question is going to be whether he is popular enough amongst the party membership. It depends on who else is in that final two.
It's very interesting, isn't it? Because he was such a popular character up until quite recently, but now he's actually got a bit of a job on his hands, hasn't he, to distance himself from things that we've learned about him recently. I mean, there's the tax business. I mean, the vast wealth has proved to be quite unpopular. The sort of lack of conservative fiscal policy which he's been delivering. I mean, there's actually quite a lot of damage to remove himself from, isn't there?
Yeah, in terms of his personal popularity, at least a couple of weeks ago, he looked dead and buried. And this was startling. He was incredibly popular. He was incredibly well regarded by the country at large. And that completely bottomed out. You're absolutely right. The question is whether he can build it up. Don't forget, amongst the Conservative membership, not amongst the party at large. That will come later, if and when he stands as Prime Minister in a general election. I think the real key thing for this race, no matter who wins, is how they come to Boris Johnson. And you're going to see two kinds of candidates. You're going to see the established insider. These are the former cabinet figures, like Rishi Sunak to an extent, like Sajid Javid, like Liz Truss. Well, you're going to see deliberate outsiders, so people like Tom Tugendhat, who we haven't really mentioned this morning, who I think is another strong candidate because he positions himself as kind of the anti-Boris Johnson. Now, it's going to be interesting to see which of those kinds of approach plays best, both with the parliamentary party, with the MPs, and with the membership at large.
Yes, and of course you're talking to a group of people who already know these characters, unlike, I think, the British public who don't know some of the best household names. The people who are going to be voting in the next 2 weeks know these characters already. And apparently, according to the latest from the 1922 committee, who are running the whole show, as it were, they're really going to speed up the process. So they've got to declare themselves quickly now, because it's going to be whittled down very quickly, isn't it?
Yeah, so we're looking at voting starting next week. So there's going to be an election to the 1922 committee on Monday, I believe. Shortly after that, we're going to see voting begin. Pretty quickly, I think, we'll see candidates drop out and we'll start to have a more established field. The issue at the moment, when we're talking about this the race, is that we just don't know. There are far too many people to talk sensibly about who might win. We can talk about the people we know best. We can talk about the people who have the most organised campaigns. Nazim Zahawi is another one who's going to be, I think, there or thereabouts. Things become much clearer once the voting started.
Hey, Rod, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Good to talk to you this morning. I mean, I do think it's interesting when he mentions Tom Tugendhat, who anti-Boris Johnson. Now, that actually may go down quite well with the Tory MPs, but would it go down well with the members of the Conservative Party generally?
That's interesting. If you're launching your own campaign at the moment, you've got to appeal in the first 2 weeks to, as I was saying, the people who already know you, the MPs, who maybe want to hear something slightly different from what the greater people, the greater membership of the Tory party will be voting about when the last vote is put to them and they get the ultimate say between the last two candidates. Yeah. Interesting. Are you ready for Rishi? Tell us what you think. Because as he was saying there, his website was up and running already, and his Ready for Rishi hashtag was ready to go, apparently, before Boris Johnson had even resigned. So Rishi has been planning this.
I tell you what, and I know why they do it, but the idea of these sort of slogans and all that thing, that was the way to do it a few years ago. I don't know, maybe I'm just getting older and cynical, but I sort of think Ready for Rishi as a slogan puts me off. Because I just think...
It's ready and then the number 4 and then Rishi.
Yeah, it's like, do you think you can get round the British public by having a catchy slogan?
But on social media now, it's just a way of unifying, isn't it? I don't know.
I suppose.
I don't
maybe
know
I'm
enough about it, but...
Maybe I'm a grumpy old cynic. I don't know.
Are you ready for Rishi? GB Views at gbnews.uk. And we're also talking about baby names coming up. If you've got another one expected in your family, how are you deciding on the name? Have you got any unusual names in your family? Love to know.
Do you like an unusual name or not?
I don't know. I keep telling my oldest son, and he knows I was going to call him Blue.
Oh.
I was really quite keen on calling him Blue.
Blue Diamond?
Yeah. And he just thanks me so much now that I didn't.
My mother wanted to call me Nathan. And apologies, Nathans out there.
But you're not very keen.
I don't like Nathan.
Well, it's just as well, then. Isn't it? But you would like Nathan as a name if you'd been called Nathan.
I suppose. If I was a girl, I was going to be Helen. I don't know why.
OK.
Helen. There you go. But see, I really like my name, Stephen Robert.
Yeah, no, that's lovely. SR.
SR. Yeah. SRD.
Yeah. No, names are fascinating, and they are very divisive as well, because you can say you hate a name and then you offend somebody sitting next to you who's got it. So you have to be very careful about that. But when you think about it, Zowie Bowie is now Duncan Jones, very well-known film director.
So he changed it to Duncan Jones?
He changed it to... his real name is Duncan.
Oh.
Because it's either... I don't know what it says on the birth certificate, but it was Zowie.
Yeah.
But Duncan might have been his second name. And Jones is, of course... their real name.
Oh,
David Bowie's Jones. He is now Duncan Jones, very well-known film director, doing awfully well, but he chose at some point that he didn't want to be Zowie Bowie.
I went to school with someone called Ivor Broom.
Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh.
Sorry, Ivor.
If you're called Broom, why would you call your son Ivor?
And there was someone who we knew, his family, called Iona McIntosh.
Oh, I don't believe it, really?
True. It's true. And my Auntie Brenda knew someone who was called Tracy and then married someone called Mr. Tracy. So she became Tracy.
Oh, my goodness. My mum always used to tell the story that her best friend at school was called Phyllis, but everybody called her Phil. And she married a man called Mr. Bladder. Phil Bladder. Please let us know if you've got a good name story. Maybe it serves as a warning to anyone thinking of one. You've got to think about what your surname and your Christian name or your first name, how they sound together, haven't you? Yeah, otherwise, it's just cruelty, isn't it? It is cruelty, and despite the fact we're being yelled at by our producer to move on, when my mother was pregnant with my brother Richard, the firstborn, my grandma, my dad's mother, said, it's very important, Linda, that you pick names that they're going to like. Yes. And she called her two Reginald and Edgar, and they both hated it. Yeah. Oh, those sort of slightly old-fashioned names, I suppose, aren't they? Yeah. You've got to go to school with these names, haven't you? You've got to live with them. What else can you do? I suppose you can change them, as Zowie Bowie once did. Yes. There you go. Anyway, GB Views at gbnews.uk. Now, let's move on to police investigating the assassination of Japan's former Prime Minister, Shinzo Abe, have said the suspect held a grudge against a specific organisation
that he believed Shinzo Abe was part of.
Yeah, last night the police said the 41-year-old suspect, Tetsuya Yamagami, admitted to shooting the former premier with a homemade gun.
Well, Shinzo Abe was Japan's longest-serving prime minister. He died in hospital yesterday morning following the shooting at a political campaign event.
Well, let's join Dr. Giulio Piese, who's a lecturer in Japanese politics at Oxford University. Joins us now, I think, from Italy. So a very good morning to you. World leaders have been paying their respects, I know, from every corner of the planet almost, because this man was very popular, particularly popular in the West, wasn't he?
Yes, indeed. He has been Japan's longest-serving prime minister ever, and has been incredibly influential in setting a new course for Japan's foreign and security policy, but also in revitalizing the economy through its signature Abenomics set of ultra-expansive fiscal and monetary policies. So yes, he has been incredibly influential, and for that purpose, he's also remembered across the world, especially among Western partners.
This is, as far as, I mean, obviously there's a global impact, but as far as Japan is concerned and the Japanese people are concerned, there's going to be quite an emotional shockwave here, isn't there?
Yes, indeed, precisely because Japan is an incredibly safe country. It is hard to smuggle in firearms, and actually it's also very hard to have weapons of any kind that are able to shoot. And so what has happened, as you said earlier, is that this former Navy officer who has worked for the Japanese Navy between 2002 and 2005 was able to produce his own weapon. And apparently the police forces that have inspected his house have found multiple homemade weapons. And so, yes, it has been a shock because of the importance that Abe has had in Japanese politics, but also because of the ease that this person has had in producing his own fire gun.
In Japan, it's really unusual for this sort of violence in any way at all, particularly, as you say, gun violence, almost unheard of. Why was Shinzo Abe making a speech? I mean, was he campaigning for any reason? And why would he be a target?
So there are upper house elections that are going to take place tomorrow, actually. And the assassination of Abe will actually make it very likely that the ruling Liberal Democratic Party, where Abe hailed from, will increase the number of seats in the Japanese parliament, in the upper house of the Japanese parliament. And Abe was in Nara to support an LDP House of Councillors member seeking re-election tomorrow.
Is it?
Yes, please go ahead.
No, I was going to say, he's an interesting character, isn't he, Shinzo Abe, in the sense that despite the fact he was no longer in power, he was seen, wasn't he, as very much an influential mover behind the scenes, almost a kingmaker.
Yeah, indeed. As the Japanese would say, he was a shadow shogun, so to speak. He was the head of the most important faction within the Liberal Democratic Party, and the current Prime Minister, Kishida, owes his premiership to Abe's backing. And Abe has has ensured himself to have successors, two so far, that would keep in line with his legacy and his policies when he was in power. So yes, indeed, he's been incredibly strong. But I want to emphasize that according to the little we know as of now, from the assassin, from the prime suspect of this assassination, it looks like the motivation was not very clear, meaning that the assassin has made statements to the effect that he wanted to aim at a religious organization. Then he mentioned an unspecified organization, and that only after he found out that Abe would come to Nara to support this candidate, that since Abe was related to this organization, he would aim at him. And so there was clearly no intent to kill the very influential prime minister, former prime minister, because of his political credo, because of his political stances. This has actually made clear also by the very prime suspect. And it looks like he was, unfortunately, a loner with mental health issues, the assassin.
Look, Julia Piesse, thank you very much indeed for talking to us this morning.
What a terrible thing.
Isn't it? It's just awful.
Sort of, it immediately brought flashbacks to JFK because, I mean, this was just a major, major politician and a very popular one out there just speaking and in front of everybody shot and ultimately died in hospital. Brought back memories of JFK, it really did, and that's just terrible. What a terrible way to end a career like that.
Look,
end a man like that.
Yeah, we've got lots more to come for you in the next couple of minutes, including a look at the UK's commitment to Ukraine, given the turmoil that's overtaken Westminster this week.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Keats with your latest Met Office forecast. And the first day of the weekend offers plenty of sunshine for many places, warm as well across a lot of the country, but a bit damper towards the far northwest of Scotland later. At the moment, though, we've got this very weak weather front just pushing its way southwards across the UK. Barely noticeable if you're out and about, a bit of cloud here and there, tending to give up the ghost as we move on through the day. And that's this area of cloud here coming across parts of Wales, southern England, but many places here seeing some sunshine readily developing through this morning. And then into the afternoon, blue skies across much of the UK with lots of unbroken sunshine around. The eastern Northern Ireland clouding up a little bit later on in the day, as it will do across parts of western and northern Scotland, with some rain affecting the Outer Hebrides and later into the Northern Isles. Here it's a little bit on the cooler side, 13 to 16 Celsius, but for much of the United Kingdom it's going to be a warm afternoon, temperatures peaking around 27 in southern England. Then a glorious evening to come this evening for many parts of the country, lots of sunshine to close out the day. A bit more cloud though across the far northwest, and this cloud will be producing some rain across parts of northern Scotland, particularly Orkney and Shetland, where a few heavier bursts are possible into the early hours of Sunday. Elsewhere, though, at least clear spells, if not lengthy clear periods to take us into Sunday morning, and quite a warm night, temperatures no lower than 13 to 16 Celsius. Then on Sunday, high pressure is very much in charge of our weather, so a fine settled day, pretty much across the board. These weather fronts initially affecting northern Scotland pulling away, so all parts of the UK just about seeing at least some fine weather on Sunday. So a glorious start to the day for many places, one or two early shallow mist or fog patches readily clearing, any cloud tended to break up through the day, and the rain away from northern Scotland should be away fairly soon into the afternoon. Widely a warmer day than on Sunday, highs peaking 27 to 29 in the south. And this sets a warm and sunny trend into next week with lots of sunshine around to take us through. A few showers midweek, but before we get there, temperatures could be into the low 30s. Take care.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV. On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today. I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory. twice baked. Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
6:25, morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Right, shall we bring you up to date with what's going on right now? And Elon Musk has pulled out of his $44 billion deal. That's £36 billion for Twitter, after alleging multiple breaches of the agreement. The announcement is the latest twist in a long-running saga after the world's richest person decided to buy Twitter in April. He now says he's backed out because Twitter failed to provide enough information on the number of spam and fake accounts.
President Biden has signed an order to safeguard abortion access in the United States. He called a recent Supreme Court abortion ruling, which ended the nationwide right to the procedure, an exercise in raw political power. The presidential order is expected to have limited impact to mitigate some of the restrictions, but not fully restore abortion rights.
The Metropolitan Police now has a new commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley. He replaces Dame Cressida Dick, who announced she was leaving the role back in February. Sir Mark is a former counter-terrorism officer who left the force 4 years ago.
Parents are being advised to limit their children's sun exposure as a heat health alert continues across parts of the UK. Temperatures are expected to hit about 30 Celsius. At Sheffield Children's Hospital is recommending that children should wear light-coloured clothing that covers as much of their skin as possible. A round of high temperatures are expected across the south and east of England.
Now, the Defence Secretary has insisted the UK government remains totally committed to helping the Ukrainian war effort, and that won't change no matter who replaces Boris Johnson as Prime Minister.
Ben Wallace, who's tipped as a contender in the upcoming leadership contest, was speaking as he went to a British Army training camp where thousands of Ukrainian soldiers are being taught vital military skills before returning to the front line.
Our Home and Security Editor, Mark White, has this report for you.
They are the familiar sounds of battle, but these Ukrainian troops are thousands of miles from the dangers of the front line. They are the first of at least 10,000 new recruits to the Ukrainian armed forces who are being trained here in the UK by the British military.
We're working on getting you some Ukrainian uniform rather than using the British one.
Checking on their progress, the UK Defence Secretary. He knows these Ukrainian troops and their countrymen and women back home are extremely grateful for the support and leadership Boris Johnson's government has provided. That level of commitment will remain, he says, whoever becomes the new British Prime Minister.
Britain is full square behind them, and the assistance to Ukraine we give is not just one person. We're not me, not the Prime Minister. It's the whole effort. We've got the British Army up here today, up in the north of England, training Ukrainians on what it needs to do. It's got people in Poland and in Estonia standing by our NATO colleagues. That's the reality, is that actions matter in all of this. And while the Prime Minister will be incredibly sad to leave this post, he has led from the front on Ukraine, but the whole of the political system is supportive of what we're doing in Ukraine. I don't expect that to finish at all.
Once the fresh mag's on, you're going to cop the weapon system again.
The UK has already provided £1.3 billion in support for Ukraine and supplied thousands of anti-tank missiles, artillery and other equipment. For the Ukrainian recruits here, even just a few weeks' training with the British Army is highly valuable.
I believe we're here to share the experience and receive British experience from the soldiers, to receive proper trainings from our trainers, and just combine that and receive the best and most valuable skills. It's very important to combine our military experience with your standards, UK Army, and compare and make our soldier better.
Most of these recruits left ordinary jobs in Ukraine to defend their country. Many had never handled weapons before the conflict, but their British training officers say they can't fault their motivation and commitment.
They're very, very motivated. It's really impressive to see. So with quite high ambitions in terms of the training, expecting to have to scale back, but the level that they're at is incredible. They've met the expectations, if not more.
The battle for number 10 has barely even begun. But in the weeks ahead, all of the candidates will be keen to reassure the government in Kyiv that Britain's support in their fight against Russian aggression is unwavering, whoever gets the top job. Mark White, GB News.
Difficult, isn't it? I mean,
Interesting times.
Effectively civilians, or were civilians up until very, very recently, being trained like that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a bit upsetting to see in a way. Look, loads of tweets coming in, emails, I should say, on Rishi Sunak.
Yes, and I'm finding it quite interesting that so many of our viewers at the moment, please feel free to disagree, see him as a wolf in sheep's clothing and a backstabber. Patricia says, I think he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Jerry in Ramsgate says, how can the ex-Chancellor be elected to be Prime Minister when he was also fined for breaking the COVID laws?
Pauline says, who's going to vote for a traitor? Let's face it, he had this planned for a long time. And Dennis says, I don't want a backstabber for PM. Liz Truss for me.
And Wayne says, I wouldn't trust Sunak with anything. Backstabber. Truss or Wallace would be great. Actually, it is said that Liz Truss, I was just trying to find it in the Times, I think she's given an interview to one of the papers this morning, saying she is the Johnson continuation candidate. Now, I'm not terribly sure that's a good line at the moment, is it, if you were ambitious, but she seems to be wanting to sell herself that as, if you vote for me, you will get a continuation of, presumably, what you see as good about the Johnson government.
Interesting,
It's an interesting way to
I tell you what I
yourself.
find quite upsetting is the fact I can't remember exactly how old Liz Truss is, something like 42, 43. Sunak's
42.
42. It's a sign of getting older, when even the Prime Ministers are getting younger.
Yeah, but don't you think that's a good thing?
Yes, I do, actually. In reality, yes, you need people. But then
there's a lot of old men in charge of the world, and I think maybe, hand it over to younger talent.
But it's just when you think back to being 42 and you think...
A long time ago.
Prime Minister.
Yeah, but you've got the energy for it then, haven't you?
I suppose, but do you really know what you're doing at 42?
Ooh. Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know. You've certainly got the ambition. I think if you've got the intelligence, you're up for a challenge. I don't know. I think it probably is a good idea to go younger again, isn't it?
Well, we'd like your views on that. GBviews at gbnews.uk. Jane can message us with that one. What do you think, Jane? Because she's lying in bed, doing nothing today on day 3 of COVID, feeling miserable. But your smiling faces have cheered her up.
I'm sorry, it can be rotten, can't it?
Huge numbers of people with COVID.
Yes, absolutely. And it's very easy to shrug it off and say it's nothing more than a flu or a cold at the moment, but it can really knock you out quite badly. Ken says, just good morning to you both. Have a great day. Have a great day yourself too.
Yeah.
And you were talking about being live on television. Stephen in Leicestershire says, Stephen is quite correct. Live TV is far better, warts and all, than the slick, edited and sterile recorded shows. Humans make mistakes and man-made equipment fails. Please don't say that. Touch wood. Long live live TV.
Touch Formica.
There's wood in there somewhere.
Is there?
I think so,
know.
Behind the Formica.
Possibly. Possibly, you never know. Keep your thoughts coming through. We're going to take a look at the newspapers in a couple of minutes. Plus, are your holidays insured? Will you get compensation if your holiday is disrupted by strike action?
Strike action at the airport or strike action with air traffic control is generally considered to be something out of the airline's control, and therefore they won't pay out compensation.
Yeah, you've got to make sure. Read the small print. More with our South West of England reporter Jeff Moody shortly.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
6:36, this is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Yes, well, here we go. Let's look through the papers now with the former editor of the Daily Star, Dawn Neeson, and broadcaster Pete Price. Lovely to see you. I say here we go because there's such a lot to be talking about at the moment.
There is.
Wow,
Yeah.
what a week. Can you believe?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? What's The Guardian saying about this leadership race, Pete?
It's interesting, and I'm going to be totally honest with you and totally honest with all the viewers and listeners. I honestly know nothing about it. There's
excellent.
the list. There's 10 people there. There's 7 on that one. I don't know them. I've seen their faces. I don't trust them. I don't know who's going to be leader.
You can't say you don't trust them if you don't know them, can you?
Well, how will I get to know them? When we've gone through what we've gone through, and I bet you there's many people out there right now agreeing with every word I say. I'm being totally honest. I'm upset that Boris can't have his wedding at Chequers. He's lost out there, bless him.
But we don't know that, do we?
Yeah, he's cancelled it.
Oh, has he?
He's got to cancel. He can't even think about it. I mean, 10 out of 10 for how long he lasted. But I'm joking apart, I really mean it. We have no say in who's going to be there.
No.
In any shape or form. The press are salivating over it. They're having the best time in the world. But Joe Public out there, in my humble opinion, haven't a clue and don't care because they don't trust him anymore.
Yeah. Well,
Or
do you know,
am I
it's
out of order?
No. I think it's a fair point, actually.
I mean, you don't even get a vote on the last 2 unless you're a fully paid up member of the Conservative Party. So it's not in our... It's not up to us.
And there are only 154. Numbers are a bit iffy, but I think there's about 154,000 fully paid up members of the Tory Party.
So they are going to decide who our next Prime Minister is.
The next Prime Minister over all of us is. The Guardian, I think, have done it rather well for once. It's not like me to praise The Guardian, to be fair. I mean, you know, front page, that picture of Rishi. You know, are you ready for Rishi? That slick 3-minute video, which I thought was a bit like...
Bit cringy.
A bit cringy. And, you know, he's restoring trust, rebuilding the economy, reuniting the country, da-da-da-da. But on pages 2 and 3 of the Guardian, they've done this marvellous sort of, like, flowchart of who's the left-wing candidates and who's the right-wing candidates. And it goes from Tom Tugendhat to Suella Braverman on the right. So it is, they've done it quite simply. So if you're like Pete and my husband, who doesn't have a clue who these people are either, it's quite easy to understand what's going on and who so far are the runners and riders, although only a few of them have actually come forward.
But Dawn, you say right and left. Right, that's their politics, But they've still got to sway how many people under them. They can't just make that decision.
No, absolutely,
themselves.
yeah.
So it's a minefield.
Yeah, but they get to appoint their cabinet, don't they, I suppose, so they can do that.
Yeah, but then the cabinet, do they agree with them? And how long are they going to last without walking out or resigning? It's a minefield.
Well, amidst all of this, Dawn, the Telegraph say... tax cuts must wait,
Yes.
says Sunak. Well, that's not going to be a
Well,
vote with
I mean, hold on a minute. Aren't you the Conservative Chancellor or former Chancellor who wants to be the next Prime Minister? And surely the Conservative Party is about cutting taxes. Front page of the Telegraph, tax cuts must wait. Here's the serious candidate, obviously. He is evidently one of the more popular ones with the party faithful, and he's already got the backing of 6 former cabinet ministers. Jacob Rees-Mogg has been sort of like quite harsh on him and said, no, not getting my backing whatsoever because of the tax issue. Sunny has said, we need to be realistic here. I can't cut taxes while we're in this, financial state we're in at the moment. And this is the reason that he resigned and fell out with Boris originally, because Boris wanted to cut corporation tax, and Rishi goes, we can't afford to do that. So that is why he went in the first place, evidently. But now he's come forward and he said, look, you might not like it at the moment, but we can't cut taxes. Now, we're facing the highest taxes for 70 years, aren't we, I think it is? Which is quite frightening. And but he is very popular. He's got the backing of more than a dozen Tory MPs, and a Channel 4 poll of 500 Tory members last night put him in first place with 25% of the vote, followed by Liz Truss.
But this is only day one.
It is only day one, and this isn't going to be decided until September. But the other thing the Telegraph says, Anne, which it did make me chuckle a bit, I must admit, is Rishi is there's no skeletons in his closet. Well, no, that's because they're all out already, aren't they?
Yeah. Can I ask about the tax cuts? What your opinions on this is, because we have, I hate saying it all the time, we've had a pandemic and a lot of people are on furlough. Where did all that money come from? They've got to put some money back in the coffers, surely. So I don't want to pay high taxes at all, but where's the money coming from?
I suppose the argument is if you cut taxes, it stimulates the economy because we get more money in our pocket, therefore we go out and spend more. So actually, it will generate more money for the economy if they reduce taxes.
Well, then they should go for VAT.
But that's the Tory way. That's what they've always done in the past. And suddenly, the Conservative Party seem to be more Labour and Green than the Conservative Party. And I think that's the issue a lot of the Tory faithful will have with Rishi, because he's not going to cut taxes, and I think that's what they want.
Can we move on to the Metropolitan Police, Pete?
Yep.
Because they've now announced a new boss. Do you think he'll be able to actually achieve anything?
I think he's got a job and a half. I know a few senior police officers that wouldn't touch this job with a barge pole, without any shadow of a doubt. He's two of the things he's going to go for is zero tolerance approach to rogue officers and driving back towards neighbourhood policing. This man has got a job and a half, but he's got to be allowed to have a chance at doing the job before the press hang on to every word and every reporter hangs on to every word. I mean, the 69,000 crimes have not been reported. That's one thing. You've got racism, which is dreadful. But my problem with racism is, if somebody is a racist, how do you change them? If they're indoctrinated into be a racist and they are a police officer, how can they be changed? Plus, social media doesn't help. And no. I'm saying it also does help because it shows some bad cases, but they can't do some editing on social media. On your own camera, you can edit a video of somebody being attacked, whatever, bits missing. You've got to give this man a chance. You've got to give this man a chance. You can't say after 2 weeks, it's not working. He's got a job and a half, and as I say, I know senior police officers wouldn't even think about that job.
I know, I was just going to say how courageous he is to take it on.
Yeah, absolutely. Good money.
But the Met are in special measures at the moment, aren't they? Which is unheard of.
His specialism is counter-terrorism, though, so maybe counter-institutional racism and institutional sexism and all the rest of it. Maybe he's up for it.
I think, Anne, it's the misogyny that bothers me. I mean, obviously, we always remember Sarah Everard, but the two sisters, Bieber Henry and Nicole Smallman, who were murdered, and police officers were sharing pictures of the dead girls, which is frankly horrific. So,
but you have to bear in mind with all this, I always feel quite defensive of police officers in that there are always a few bad apples who will do things that...
Of course.
But it brands the entire... Certainly the Met in this case, but police men and women as a whole are saying, oh, they're all rotten to the core. No, they're just not.
Stephen, I couldn't agree with you more. I have defended for 50 years on radio police officers. They can have enough bad press without me. And Merseyside Police, like other police forces, have got some sensational police officers, men and women, who work tirelessly. And then one thing, the press pick up on one story, and they're all, as you say, bad apples. There's some phenomenal police officers.
They work very hard, and you know, in their defence, I've got friends who are serving officers in London, and they say they are absolutely so tied down now with red tape and paperwork that it prevents them from actually doing the job of policing, which is what they love doing.
Yeah. Before we let you go, because we're running out of time, can I ask? I know. Well, you'll be back. I just wanted to ask you about something we're going to be talking about later on in the programme, and that's baby names. Have you known any particularly brilliant names? People who you went to school with astonishing names. Have a think about it, maybe, if you're looking.
Astonishing names.
Well, you know, just odd names like Hazel. I went to school with a hazelnut.
Did you?
I went to school
N-U-T-T was her surname, and her parents called her Hazel.
They didn't.
Miney. What? Miney. She was called Miney.
Miney.
Which I found a very peculiar
well,
name.
yeah.
My real name was Raymond Worry, because I'm adopted. So I wasn't Pete Price. I was Raymond Worry.
You don't look like a Raymond.
No, I don't look like a Raymond.
No.
Definitely not a Raymond.
Definitely.
I'm definitely not a Raymond.
Have a think, though, for some interesting names.
Well, I should be, full confession here, I should be called Maureen.
Maureen?
Don't, I know.
Well, you know.
It's a lovely name,
no,
but
it's not. My best friend was Maureen.
Oh, don't, Stephen. It's not very sexy, is it? I'm sorry any Maureens watching or listening.
But you can carry a Maureen off.
Maureen's lovely
Looking
name.
like that.
Look, it's a nice name. My mum wants to call me Maureen. It's a family name. My mum, my nan, it goes back generations, so it's my middle name. But my dad wanted Dawn, I think, because he fancied the actress Irene Dawn Porter.
Oh, yes.
Yes. So I think,
My middle name is Lloyd.
Lloyd?
Peter Lloyd Price.
Oh, that's quite posh, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, very Welsh.
Yeah.
My granddad's middle name was Winder.
Winder.
Wyndon?
Yeah, W-I-N-D-E-R. Thomas Winder Dixon.
Or Winder.
Well, Winder.
It's a nice name, that, actually.
He was born in 1907, 1908 or something. So there's... I don't know what it's...
It's a good job his surname wasn't Cleaner.
Winder Cleaner.
Oh, yes. That's what I mean. You have to think so seriously if you are thinking of christening a baby or giving them a given name. You've got to think very carefully about how it's going to be for them in later life.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, she's thought of one. Go on.
I used to go out. It's not an unusual name. It's not a weird name. A boy called Vincent Daly when I was much younger at school, and I remember writing on my pencil case, I love VD.
Oh.
And back in the day...
That's why my mum didn't call any of us Victoria. There's me and my two sisters, and my mother always wanted to call one of us Victoria, but she knew our initials would be VD.
Yes, yeah. I went to Vicky Dent. I went to school with
So
her.
you've got to think of these things.
VD.
And of course, there's a lot of people listening now who won't even know what we're talking about.
No, absolutely.
Don't worry.
Yes.
Yeah. Google it.
Changed.
Yes.
Look, Pete, Dawn, thank you. We'll see you.
Do get in touch if you've got any unusual names in your family or juxtapositions of names that have turned out to be a bit strange.
Yes.
GBviews at gbnews.uk, please.
So, from VD to summer travel. And amidst a summer of travel... Well, often it's what you come back with, isn't it?
No, it used to be.
Programme.
Amidst the summer of travel chaos at our airports and train station, there is more bad news. Consumer watchdog Which says a large number of travellers are finding their holiday insurance policies don't cover them for strike action.
Yeah, you've really got to check with a summer of industrial action at our airports on the horizon and a cost of living crisis that refuses to go away. This could spell disaster for thousands of travellers. So, our South West of England reporter Jeff Moody has more.
They've crowded themselves into airports like cattle. They've made their peace with cancelled flights, cancelled holidays, cancelled dreams. But travellers are finding it harder to make their peace with the fact holiday insurance policies might not pay out. Martin James from the Consumer Complaints Forum, Resolver, explains why.
The airline compensation rules basically cover things that are within the airline's responsibility. Now, that can include their own strike action, even though they argue vociferously with me that it doesn't count, but it does. The courts have concluded that strike action within the airline is something that they could have anticipated, and therefore the compensation rules apply. However, strike action at the airport or strike action with air traffic control is generally considered to be something out of the airline's control, and therefore they won't pay out compensation.
Just under half the policies won't pay out for this. BA check-in staff and ground handling agents at Heathrow voting to walk out in the height of summer. And EasyJet voting to strike sporadically as unions in France, Italy and Portugal continue to clash with airlines and airports. It's the last thing travellers need. For some, the final straw in what's being dubbed the summer of discontent. But what can people do? Always check your policy. The T's and C's can run to hundreds of lines of small print, but by law, insurance companies must send you the headlines. Read them carefully. Try to book a holiday that's ATOL protected. The air travel organiser's licence protects around 20 million holidaymakers a year. And book on a credit card.
If the goods or services aren't provided or aren't as advertised, misrepresented in other words, and the firm isn't playing ball, then you can make a claim back from your card provider to try and get the full value of whatever you paid for back.
Good advice for those yet to travel. Cold comfort, though, for those sent home without a holiday, out of options, out of luck and out of pocket. Jeff Moody, GB News.
Check you've got the right insurance, because anything can happen at the moment, can't it? You've really got to be covered. Now, we were talking baby names, and the most popular UK baby names of 2022 have now been revealed. They are Mohammed, Noah and Lily. Those are the top spots, whilst apparently Johnny and Amber have fallen out of favour with new parents, I guess, after the rather explosive court cases recently.
Yes. Amber, I'm not keen on Amber. Or Johnny, to be that. Sorry.
Well, I suppose John's always been a regular, hasn't it?
But it's Jonathan, isn't it,
Yeah.
Johnny?
But Johnny Mercer, you see, we were talking about as a contender for the Tory
Jonathan,
leadership.
I've never liked Jonathan as a name.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's rather nice.
But anyway, let's see what SJ Strum makes of it all. Baby name consultant, co-host of the Baby Name Envy podcast. Morning to you.
Good morning.
So
you're SJ?
SJ,
Sarah Jane?
Sarah Jane. That's right, yeah, double-barreled name, which are kind of going out of style, but we haven't seen a change of the top most popular names for about 5 years.
No, Mohammed's been there for quite a while, hasn't it?
Mohammed's been there. It's actually the most popular boy name globally as well. And then Olivia has been our top spot and taken over finally by Lily, but there will be quite a lot of...
So where's that come from? Why Lily?
Well, it's very, very timeless. It's been around for a really long time. Some people are saying maybe Lilibet. Royals still really influence the baby names. So we've seen Louis rise and all of those. But I just think it's a beautiful, timeless name. Floral names have been popular for so long.
Yes.
Vintage names. And actually the biggest trend at the moment with younger parents is nature. So floral names, botanical names like ivy, names like Oakley for boys.
Oakley?
Yeah, getting back outdoors.
Oh, I like
reconnecting
that.
with nature.
But that's a surname, isn't it?
Surname is first name. You've got all the trends.
You see, I don't know. What's happened with it? Because I noticed recently with people I knew who are having children that quite lots of traditional names are coming back in. Even things like Stanley and things, and you can sort of see it coming back.
They come back in a cycle, yeah. There's like a 100-year cycle with baby names. So where, say, Stephen might be not so popular now.
Is it not?
Not so popular.
Oh, it's a
well, actually,
lovely
it's made the leap. It's an interesting one because Stevie for girls is more popular than Stephen for boys at the moment.
Right.
So we're seeing real shifts. It's the biggest sort of shake-up, really, because new parents have got a much more wider source of inspiration for their baby names. Netflix. It's a massive one.
Really?
No, massive, yeah. So we saw all of like Arthur, Ada, Peaky Blinders. So I think it will be Daphne and the Bridgerton name
Oh,
coming through.
Isn't that interesting? Because, I mean, you can watch baby names and they do go, as you say, go in cycles. But they're a real sign of... You can almost tell how old somebody is from their name, can't you? I mean, my sons went to school with a lot of little Camillas and it was all of those sort of rather fancy royal names. But I think they're all changing now.
Yeah, now we get a lot of spiritual names from all over the world, and people really do want something unique. I think a lot of us were sort of... I mean, I was Sarah Jane, and they added the Jane because there were so many Sarahs. So I don't know how many Anns there were when you were at school, but people get really burned, and they don't want their child to be Olivia number 5 or Olivia T because there's already Olivia A, B and C.
But isn't it awful? Because we do judge people by their names. I mean, I'm guilty of it. When I hear someone called, say, Mercedes, for example, and you tend to go...
Oh, no, but you see, in Spain, that's a proper name.
Well, yeah, but Mercedes, the brand, was named after a girl called Mercedes.
Yeah.
So it's like gone the other way around.
Very well-known goddess, Mercedes.
And I think that's why we're seeing the rise of nicknames as first names, because new parents are so much more informal. So we don't have that thing of people judging you by your CV anymore. Remember, it used to be like, will they get a serious job if they're called Lily and Ethan? They need a more serious traditional name, whereas younger parents, they know they'll be having 3 jobs, they'll be working from home, baby on the hip. It's a lot more of an informal world that babies are coming into now.
I always think it's a bit of a shame when, Jack or Harry is a given name rather than it just being a nickname for something else.
Oh, well, nicknames are the way forward. They're all over the top chart. So we see, like, Annie, for example, is right up there, whereas there's as many babies registered with the name Baby as there are Anne in the UK.
Baby?
Baby.
What, you mean really, as a name?
As a name. Anne spelled A-double-N, not with your E on the end.
Yeah.
Same amount of babies registered Baby as their name, as a choice by the parents. So...
That's just lazy, isn't it?
If I'd ever had a girl, I was going to call her Evangeline because I thought... Now, you see, that was after a character in a drama when I was in my 20s. So you could call her Evie, Angela, Angie or Lena.
Yeah,
so she had a choice of
Evelina.
Evelina. Oh, I love that too.
Evangeline. Yeah, nicknames are really important. And like you said earlier, people make huge clangers of mistakes if we don't consider the nicknames, the initials, how it goes with the surname. You can make a huge mistake, and that's why we do our Dilemma podcast, because people come to us and sometimes they're like, I've made a huge mistake. We had somebody the other day and she loved the name Clover, but her surname was Garwick, so her daughter's Clover Garwick. And she suddenly realised it sounds like a clove of garlic. And
Clove of garlic, oh my goodness.
She'd already chosen the name, she was like, we laugh about it now, but people do overthink it for 9 months, but that's why we recommend using somebody to help you out a little bit.
Well, I think our surname, SJ, has turned into Please Stop Talking, because we're out of time. Good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. We're back in a couple of minutes.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Keats with your latest Met Office forecast. And the first day of the weekend offers plenty of sunshine for many places. Warm as well across a lot of the country, but a bit damper towards the far northwest of Scotland later. At the moment, though, we've got this very weak weather front just pushing its way southwards across the UK. Barely noticeable if you're out and about, a bit of cloud here and there, tending to give up the ghost as we move on through the day. And that's this area of cloud here coming across parts of Wales, southern England, but many places here seeing some sunshine readily developing through this morning. And then into the afternoon, blue skies across much of the UK with lots of unbroken sunshine around. The eastern Northern Ireland clouding up a little bit later on in the day, as it will do across parts of western and northern Scotland, with some rain affecting the Outer Hebrides and later into the Northern Isles. Here it's a little bit on the cooler side, 13 to 16 Celsius, but for much of the United Kingdom it's going to be a warm afternoon, temperatures peaking around 27 in southern England. Then a glorious evening to come this evening for many parts of the country, lots of sunshine to close out the day. A bit more cloud though across the far northwest, and this cloud will be producing some rain across parts of northern Scotland, particularly Orkney and Shetland, where a few heavier bursts are possible into the early hours of Sunday. Elsewhere though, at least clear spells, if not lengthy clear periods to take us into Sunday morning, and quite a warm night, temperatures no lower than 13 to 16 Celsius. Then on Sunday, high pressure is very much in charge of our weather, so a fine settled day pretty much across the board. These weather fronts initially affecting northern Scotland pulling away, so all parts of the UK just about seeing at least some fine weather on Sunday. So a glorious start to the day for many places. One or two early shallow mist or fog patches readily clearing. Any cloud tended to break up through the day, and the rain away from northern Scotland should be away fairly soon into the afternoon. Widely a warmer day than on Sunday, highs peaking 27 to 29 in the south. And this sets a warm and sunny trend into next week with lots of sunshine around to take us through. A few showers midweek, but before we get there, temperatures could be into the low 30s. Take care.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Former Chancellor Rishi Sunak officially launches his bid for the Conservative Party leadership.
Good morning to you. It's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 9th of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
And we're live across the whole of the UK on both your TV and your radio. Wherever you are, you can take us with you. Here's what you're waking up to this morning.
Well, the race is on for the top job as more and more Conservative MPs launch their leadership campaigns to replace Boris Johnson as Prime Minister.
Former Equalities Minister Kemi Badenoch became the latest to enter the race, joining the likes of Rishi Sunak, Penny Mordaunt and Ben Wallace in the climb for the top job.
Also this morning, we're live at Wimbledon with Ellie Costello with all you need to know as we head towards the women's singles final this afternoon.
And something we've been talking about this morning, baby names. Amber and Johnny are out as popular names for your newborns, but which names are now the top picks for new parents? Do get in touch. And the answer is to take advice as well. Talk it over with other people just in case you've missed something about the name you think is suitable for your little one. May not be.
Modern or traditional? I like traditional, but let us know what you think. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Sheila says, morning to you both. My mum had a friend called Teresa Green. I wonder how long it took for that joke to wear thin. It takes a minute.
It does take a while. Teresa Green.
Wade has been in touch.
It's lovely, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't mind it. Wade was born in 1978 and called Wade after a general in the American Civil War, and Spencer after Churchill, because my parents just like the way the names went together.
Wade Spencer. It's rather nice, yes.
It's quite nice, actually. I didn't encounter another Wade until I went to boarding school on the Isle of Wight in 1961. There you go, Wade.
You have to think of names, not only whether the first name is right, but whether it goes with the second name. I mean, I think Truss Liz Truss's name, Truss, is quite a difficult surname to battle with. You've got to think quite carefully about that, haven't you?
Yeah. And what do you do if you're getting married?
Well, you've got to watch out who you marry because your name may not go well. As I was telling in the last hour, my mother knew her best friend at school was called Phyllis, but everybody called her Phil for short. And she ultimately ended up marrying a Mr. Bladder. So she became known as Phil Bladder.
I've never known of any Bladders before.
No, Bladder is a big name.
Is it?
Yes, it is. Quite a well-known name. One of those old-fashioned names, I guess. But she became Phil Bladder and hated that, although she liked the man well enough to marry him, presumably. Yeah. So sometimes you have to watch out, don't you, how names go together.
You don't have to change your name, of course, if you get married, do you?
No, you don't. Well, I think in those days you did.
Yeah, maybe.
That's probably back in the 40s, 50s. I think in those days you always did.
Yeah,
I never have.
My auntie knew someone who ended up being Tracy.
I know, that's...
And her best friend...
That's just bad luck, isn't it?
It's bad luck.
Yeah.
Her best friend at school was called Brenda Robertshaw. And then my auntie Brenda married a Robertshaw, so now they're both Brenda Robertshaw.
Good Lord.
How funny.
That is really amazing. Yes, it is. Gosh.
There you go. Morning, Auntie Bran.
Yes, morning. Do let us know if you've got any unusual names or juxtapositions of names in your family. Love to hear from you. gbviews at gbnews.uk. Now, one man's got the name that they think, obviously, his campaign people think suits the slogan perfectly, and that's Ready for Rishi.
Yes, former Chancellor Rishi Sunak has announced his bid to be the next Conservative Party leader and, therefore, the next Prime Minister.
The former Equalities Minister, Kemi Badenoch, has also thrown her hat into the ring to become the latest Conservative MP to enter the race.
And meanwhile, on the opposition benches, Sir Keir Starmer has been cleared by Durham Police over Beergate during the COVID pandemic. So, Mr Starmer says he'll now set out how a Labour government would reboot the economy, re-energise our communities, revitalise public services and give Britain the fresh start it needs.
Well, to give us a better idea on this, we're joined now by GB News political editor Darren McCaffrey, who is on College Green there outside the Houses of Parliament. So, Darren, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? While the Tories are trying for their leadership bids, Keir Starmer reckons the only way forward now is a general election, but he's not going to get it, is he?
No, he's not going to get a general election. The Labour Party have suggested that they may well try and hold a vote of confidence in Parliament at some stage this week, though I suspect the Conservative Party on the whole will not want that. There's not many within the Conservative Party who'd want to see a general election, so frankly he is not going to get one. Well, you have to remember that even though Boris Johnson is resigning as Conservative leader, the Conservative Party still have a 75 seat majority in the Commons behind me. All the focus though and attention this week will not be frankly on Sir Keir Starmer. It will be on that Conservative leadership race, which is going to get well and truly underway probably on Tuesday or Wednesday of this coming week. And as you said, we've now got 4 official candidates who've put their hat in to the ring, including Rishi Sunak, who yesterday talked about how he wants to get a grip on the moment and make the right decisions and to restore trust, rebuild the economy and reunite the country, and also that we need to stop telling ourselves fairy tales. As you say, Kemi Badenoch is also in that race as well. Interestingly, Savella Braverman, who is currently the Attorney General, she stayed in the government despite the resignations this week. She's got the backing of Steve Baker, pretty prominent Brexiteer. And then we've also got the backbencher Tom Tugendhat, who has chucked his hat into the ring as well. So 4 candidates. The problem is we're expecting a hell of a lot more, potentially up to a dozen candidates in total to run in this race. It's going to be a real effort to try and whittle down those numbers before Parliament goes into recess the week after.
And it's interesting, as you say, Darren, 4 candidates. There's only one of them out of that list so far who stands even the slightest hope of getting the top job. So why are these other people putting their names forward? I mean, someone like Kemi Badenoch, who most people have just never heard of, is it a case of saying, well, if they can garner enough support, it almost guarantees them a cabinet job, whoever wins?
Yeah, precisely, in many ways. In saying that, the one thing I would say is, even though you may have heard of some of these politicians, like Rishi Sunak, it's not guaranteed that they may well get into the final two, because ultimately, of course, it's not up to MPs, but it is the membership who will decide between two top names during the month of August about who should win. You know, we have seen outsiders win before. Frankly, when Margaret Thatcher first ran in 1975 as Conservative Party leader, not many people had heard of her. She was certainly an outsider. In many ways, John Major, actually, I know he was Chancellor at the time, but only briefly, he was a bit of an outsider as well. David Cameron, another good example, was not favoured back in 2005. So it is always possible that as some of those MPs kind of fall away at the first and second and third hurdle, they can sometimes, the other MPs, unite behind names that you and I may not be very familiar with. So you can't write anyone off yet, but on the whole, why lots of them do run, even though deep down they think they're not going to win, is that they become pretty prominent in the campaign. We, you, I, everyone else gets to know who they are, and that means that they're much more likely, as you say, to end up in the cabinet at the end of the day.
OK, Darren, thank you.
Yeah, by the end of the 2 weeks, I think all of those names are going to become quite familiar to us, aren't they? Well, also joining us now is London Labour councillor Peyman Assad, and lovely to see you. Thanks very much for coming in. What are your thoughts on this debacle over the last 48, I don't know, hours or so?
Well, it's really interesting to see all the infighting in the Conservative Party. I think the Labour Party has really learnt that infighting doesn't get you the trust and doesn't get people to vote for you. And so I think what Keir Starmer has been able to do is unite the Labour Party on our path, on our mission to win back the trust of the British people. And, you know, there's determination within the party to win back power and see Labour in government once again. And I think Wakefield was a really clear sign of that, you know, the centre-left can offer a message of hope, can offer the solutions that people are looking for in really difficult times right now. So I'm really glad that he's been cleared of this Beer Gate situation. I never really believed that he had broken the rules.
He is in the clear. It's interesting, these names, we've been talking about names all morning. It's names that rhyme with things as well, I suppose. But he is in the clear, so that must be a huge sigh of relief for everybody at the top of the Labour Party.
Yeah, I think most people within the Labour Party didn't actually believe that he had broken any rules. And so we're glad now that Durham Police have been able to clear him officially. I think what's been frustrating for us is watching Durham Police initially say that there was nothing to investigate, and then after, from pressure from the Conservative Party and other politicians, open an investigation, which we thought was quite unfair. But it's glad that that's now been put to bed and we can move on and we can offer the solutions that Keir's been talking about.
Well, he's talking about a general election, as are all his shadow ministers. We're not going to get a general election. I mean, it seems a bit... I wonder if people see past it in this modern age now. So, well, what are you playing at? You're calling for something. You're making a big steam about something that you know is not going to happen. So why are you doing it?
Because we have to. I mean, that is the job of the opposition party, to try and offer something different to communities up and down this country that are facing really difficult times right now, you know? People are struggling to put food on the table for their children. People are struggling to pay their bills. People are struggling to even get appointments with their GP or being able to see, you know, get operations in hospitals. So there's lots of things that are happening, and we're continuing to hear messages, you know, when I go on the doorstep, when other politicians go on the doorstep, there is this ideal, this, you know, desire for change. People want change, and the Labour Party wants to offer that.
But it's how you deliver it. It's interesting. And I know it's difficult for parties in opposition, and every party in opposition gets the criticism that they're not coming up with policy. I understand that. However, when he says we need to reboot our economy, re-energise our communities, revitalise our public services, I mean, they're great little slogans. What does it actually mean if there are no policies to back it up?
Well, I think that as we go forward, Keir will obviously come out with specific policies as we get closer to the general election.
I mean, you've got 2 years, basically, haven't you?
Yeah, to come up with real policies that can actually change. But I think we have already. I mean, the windfall tax was a campaign that the Labour Party really ran on. It was in our manifesto in 2019, and we were able to now get that implemented by a Conservative government. So there's lots of things that we can campaign for.
Haven't you got to also do a lot of what the Lib Dems are very good at doing, particularly for by-elections, which is real grassroots getting through to people? And that's down to people at your level, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's about knocking on people's doors and having conversations and not, removing the PR of everything and actually just talking to people on a level and saying, this is what our background is and this is what we want to do for the community. And people really resonate with that.
So when you go back, even though we're talking about campaigning on a national level as well when we come to a general election, but people like you have been on the doorsteps and you must, as well as getting good reaction, you must get a lot of the feedback of what you should be doing and where you are vulnerable. Do you report that back?
Yes, we do.
And what sort of things are people saying?
Well, it's always the same thing, and it has been the same thing for over 10 years now. Everyone always wants us to change our leader. Nobody's ever happy with the leader that we have. But I think sometimes some of the messages that we hear on the door actually repeated to us from what the media says. So it's really interesting to see how the influence of what is said on TV resonates with people on the door. And people are talking about, Keir's doing a great job, but I think he needs to do a bit more. And we understand that. And we are feeding that back to senior politicians in the Labour Party.
He's not very charismatic, is he? And I think that's part of
Whereas
the issue.
actually Angela Rayner is, isn't she?
Well, yeah, every politician has their own personality, but I think that, with Keir's experience and Keir's vision, I voted for Keir in the leadership election, and more than 70% of Labour Party members did. I think that he is a serious person, and we'd be proud to see him as Prime Minister.
It's interesting, though, when you talk about infighting, that's not limited to the Conservative Party.
No, it's not.
And there still is this, they might be united at the moment because they've got something to fight for, but there is this concern, isn't there, about the sort of battling between Sir Keir and Angela Rayner.
I think will always be different personalities and different visions within the Labour Party, but at the end of the day, we're a broad church. We come together when we need to, and I think this right now shows us that people in the United Kingdom need the Labour Party to offer a different vision to what's being offered at the moment.
What's Angela Rayner like? I haven't met her, have you?
She's very nice. Yeah, she's very nice, very personable.
Yeah, she's got bags of personality.
I have to say, when I broke down on the way into work a couple of years ago, repeatedly, and she did send me a very nice tweet.
Oh.
So I thought that was very nice of her. But
she could be like your friend, from school that you
She's
know
quite fiery when she does Prime Minister's questions, isn't she? She's
good.
She gives good welly, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does. Interesting.
Whereas Keir is very much
balance.
Keir is very much the safe pair of hands, isn't he? He's serious and he doesn't mind coming over serious, where she's prepared to get stuck in a bit more fiery.
Well, I think that's a good balance that we have. We've got a serious person and a person that can give it to you.
Who do you hope will be Conservative leader?
Well, I don't hope any of them would be.
For all sorts of reasons. Maybe you'd hope for a real, Dumbo.
Yes. Well, I don't know. Let's see what happens.
All right,
I won't be able to comment on that. I think that's for Conservative Party members.
OK, Pamela, good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. It's very interesting. What do you think? Whether you're whoever you support, if it sort of is irrelevant which political party you support, you can still have a view on people like Keir and Angela Rayner and what have you, and who you think would be good. Because actually, what you need in a country like this is a strong government and a strong opposition.
You really do. And personalities of all sorts, people who aren't afraid to speak out. I think that's what I like. I like Jess Phillips as well for that reason.
She's really sort of come on, I think. She was...
very confident. She knows what she's talking about, I suppose.
I
And you
like
always admire that, no matter in what party.
Yeah. Let us know what you think. GBViews at gbnews.uk. Now on to what is, shocking and depressing news. That is Shinzo Abe, Japan's longest-serving Prime Minister, has died in hospital yesterday after being shot at a political campaign event in the Japanese city of Nara.
Yeah, it was just awful. Last night, police said the 41-year-old suspect, Tetsuya Yamagami, admitted to shooting the former premier with a homemade gun.
Well, let's talk to Professor Ian Neary, a Professor of Politics of Japan at the University of Oxford. Good to see you this morning. This is shocking for so many reasons, isn't it? Not just that, obviously, an assassination like this is something we don't see very often, but also the fact that Shinzo Abe was someone who remained very popular, didn't he? He was someone who was very much seen as a kingmaker working behind the scenes still in Japanese politics.
Yes, I think it's true to say that Abe was the most important Japanese politician who was not actually in the government.
Yeah, what impact do you think this is going to have on not only the Japanese people, but the Japanese political system as well?
Well, Abe was important because he continued to be the leader of the biggest faction within the LDP. And it's not clear at the moment how that's going to pan out. There's not an obvious successor for that leadership. Within the party as a whole and within Japanese politics as a whole, probably in the short to medium term, it's not going to have a particularly big impact. Prime Minister Kishida is following many of the policy lines that Abe pioneered during his prime ministership. And of course, that's not surprising because for most of that time, Kishida was the foreign minister to Prime Minister Abe.
Well, as politically, just on Japan as a culture, everybody must be in such shock that such a terrible thing could have happened in a country which is well known for its incredibly strict gun laws and actually very little violence generally. That this thing should happen will shock most people, won't it?
Yes, I think you could say even more broadly, very little criminality as a whole. But in terms of gun crime, it's tiny. I mean, some years there are 1 or 2 deaths from gun crime, sometimes 4 or 5. But compared to many countries we can think of, including the UK, gun crime is almost unknown. So when people were interviewed who had witnessed Abe's shooting yesterday, one common thing they said was, how could this happen here? We're used to seeing reports like this from the United States, but we always congratulated ourselves on the fact it couldn't happen here, it wouldn't happen here, and now it has. And there was widespread shock, disappointment, sadness in all the reports that you heard on the media yesterday.
About a man who was obviously such a friend of the West. I mean, someone the West could really relate to, really deal with.
Yes, he devised a very active foreign policy from 2012 onwards. So he met American presidents, he met Russian presidents, he met President Putin 27 times while he was prime minister, although it didn't do Japan a great deal of good. And he deliberately went around the world visiting capitals. I think by the time he ceased being prime minister, he'd visited 50 or 60 countries as prime minister. So he was trying to spread the word that Japan was a world power.
Yeah, indeed. So, look, Professor Neary, it's good to talk to you. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed, yes. And on our Conservative leader, Keith says we need a true Conservative, a devoted Brexiteer with a vision to take this country forward. My vote would go to Steve Baker. He's out now, though, hasn't he? He's declared that he's no longer a candidate. And I just wish Sir John Redwood would stand, says Keith. Well, neither of your candidates are standing, but it doesn't mean they won't be influential. No, this is a very good point. It could end up being extremely influential. I'll tell you who's influential here, and that's Miss Ellie Costello, who we all love. She's going to be here in a couple of minutes, live at Wimbledon with all the very latest. Lucky thing.
Hello, I'm at the world-famous queue at Wimbledon today, where it's the ladies' finals day. Lots to look forward to, and it's going to be 32 degrees here in SW19. So much to happen on this sunny Saturday.
Crikey, it's going to be hot on centre court, isn't it? In many ways. Let's get the weather now.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Keats with your latest Met Office forecast. And the first day of the weekend offers plenty of sunshine for many places. Warm as well across a lot of the country, but a bit damper towards the far northwest of Scotland later. At the moment, though, we've got this very weak weather front just pushing its way southwards across the UK. Barely noticeable if you're out and about, a bit of cloud here and there, tending to give up the ghost as we move on through the day. And that's this area of cloud here coming across parts of Wales, southern England, but many places here seeing some sunshine readily developing through this morning. And then into the afternoon, blue skies across much of the UK with lots of unbroken sunshine around. The eastern Northern Ireland clouding up a little bit later on in the day, as it will do across parts of western and northern Scotland, with some rain affecting the Outer Hebrides and later into the Northern Isles. Here it's a little bit on the cooler side, 13 to 16 Celsius, but for much of the United Kingdom it's going to be a warm afternoon, temperatures peaking around 27 in southern England. Then a glorious evening to come this evening for many parts of the country. Lots of sunshine to close out the day. A bit more cloud though across the far northwest, and this cloud will be producing some rain across parts of northern Scotland, particularly Orkney and Shetland, where a few heavier bursts are possible into the early hours of Sunday. Elsewhere though, at least clear spells, if not lengthy clear periods to take us into Sunday morning, and quite a warm night, temperatures no lower than 13 to 16 Celsius. Then on Sunday, high pressure is very much in charge of our weather, so a fine settled day pretty much across the board. These weather fronts initially affecting northern Scotland pulling away, so all parts of the UK just about seeing at least some fine weather on Sunday. So a glorious start to the day for many places. One or two early shallow mist or fog patches readily clearing. Any cloud tended to break up through the day, and the rain away from northern Scotland should be away fairly soon into the afternoon. Widely a warmer day than on Sunday, highs peaking 27 to 29 in the south. And this sets a warm and sunny trend into next week with lots of sunshine around to take us through. A few showers midweek, but before we get there, temperatures could be into the low 30s. Take care.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We're trying to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
7:26. Good morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV, your radio and online.
Let's bring you up to date with what's going on today. The Metropolitan Police has a new commissioner, Sir Mark Rowley. He replaces Dame Cressida Dick, who announced she was leaving the role back in February. Sir Mark is a former counter-terrorism officer who left the force 4 years ago.
Elon Musk has pulled out of his $44 billion deal for Twitter after alleging multiple breaches of the agreement. It's the latest twist in a long-running saga after the world's richest man decided to buy Twitter in April.
And US President Joe Biden has signed an order to safeguard abortion access in the United States. He called a recent Supreme Court abortion ruling, which ended the nationwide right to the procedure, an exercise in raw political power. The presidential order is expected to have a limited impact to mitigate some of the restrictions, but not fully restore abortion rights.
Parents are being advised to limit their children's sun exposure. This heat health alert continues across parts of the UK. Temperatures are expected in some places to hit about 30 Celsius. Sheffield Children's Hospital, for some reason, has made an announcement that children should wear light clothing that covers as much of their skin as possible.
I'm sure the warning to children not to, to wear clothing and to look out for the sun and everything, to look out for the dangers of the sun, doesn't just apply to people in Sheffield.
I'm sure not.
It's odd that we're quoting that it's just Sheffield. I'm sure it applies to other member parts of the country as well.
They're getting the best of the weather today.
You know,
anyway.
we were talking about unusual names.
Were you thinking that during those headlines?
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. And his sister is called
Hold on.
Tosca Musk.
Oh, is she really?
That's quite a... You know, you have to have your teeth in to even say her name. She's called Tosca Musk.
Tosca Musk.
Yeah. Why were you thinking about
And then Cressida Dick.
Cressida Dick. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Oh, I hate that name, but only because I really struggle with Cressida.
Cressida Dick. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the surname's not the easiest to go to school with either, is it? I can imagine. But the other... What was the other one I was thinking of? Oh, yeah. You know, our lovely friend Giles Brandreth, media star and everything. Yeah. One of his children is called Scythred. And I always... Scythred. And I always thought how she's going to go. I don't know how. I'd love to talk to her, actually. She must be very grown up now. But I'd love to... How was it going to school being called Scythred Brandreth? That is really difficult to say.
I hope she didn't have a lisp.
Well, exactly. Wouldn't that be a murder? She must have spent all of her childhood spelling it to people. She probably still does now. If you order something on Amazon and your name is Scythred for a start, you'd have to... I mean, it's a beautiful name, but you'd have to spell it all of your life, wouldn't you, to people?
Everybody say thy list. I myself don't think so.
No, absolutely.
I can say these words quite well. Thugger, tea and bithdo.
Oh, Sonny, where did that come from?
Anyway, my mother used to say it to me. There you go. So you like tennis?
Yes, I do, yes. And it's a great tennis day today. Tennis fans are gearing up for the ladies' singles final at Wimbledon. It's going to be really hot there. Later on this afternoon, the Tunisian Ons Jabeur and Elena... Now, can I say her name? Rybakina from Kazakhstan.
Oh, she's Russian.
She is actually Russian, yeah. Will compete in the first major final of their careers. Wow.
Ellie Costello is in the queue at Wimbledon. We won't let her in, but we'll let her queue up to go in. Morning, Ellie. Are people excited?
Yes, it's a tough job out here, but someone's got to do it. A lovely, warm and sunny Wimbledon Common, and check out the world-famous Wimbledon queue behind me. These people have been here since 5 or 6 o'clock this morning, hoping to get a seat or a ticket. We've got some waves in the crowd. Lovely. Very good to see you all. And lots of people here got their picnic blankets. See, these two are still asleep, actually. I'd be like that. I'd still be asleep on the floor. But lots of people got their picnic blankets and their food out here. Really looking forward to the ladies' singles final later on today. And talking about quirky names, actually, Stephen and Anne, take this in. Ons Jabeur and Elena Rybakina are going to be on centre court at 2 p.m. They're in the ladies' singles finals. Now, this is interesting, actually. It's history-making, whatever happens and whoever wins. Ons Jabeur, the first Arab and African lady to get to the Wimbledon finals. And Elena Rybakina is the first Kazakh player. She's actually Russian, as you said, but she changed her nationality at 18. And thank goodness, really, because if she was Russian, she wouldn't actually be able to play in this year's Wimbledon tournament. They have been banned, obviously, due to the invasion of Ukraine. So it's going to be a history-making game this afternoon. Whoever wins that is also going to get £2 million in prize money. So there's a lot to play for. But let's talk to people who actually got into this queue overnight. Big tennis fans here. This is James. James Preston, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Come on in. Talk to me. When did you get here last night then?
I got here last night.
What time?
I would have got here about 4:30.
So you got here yesterday afternoon, and this is all to see the games today or tomorrow?
Today and tomorrow.
Okay, so this is your tent.
This is our tiny little tent. Yes.
Was there enough space in here? How was your night's sleep?
It was comfortable.
Good. It doesn't look like it would be, so that's good to hear.
Like it would be, but surprisingly, after a few beers, it was comfortable.
Yeah, you might need a few beers just to send you off to sleep. And what are you most looking forward to today then? What are the highlights for you to look out for?
So you've got the ladies' final. We watched it a few years ago. You know, that was a really great match. Jabeur's been in great form, especially with, beating her friend in the semi-final. Great match again. She performed really well. I'll be surprised if she doesn't go all the way today.
So it's Jabeur for you later on this afternoon. A quick word, if you can, about Cameron Norrie. Brit #1, didn't make it through yesterday. Are you disappointed for him?
No.
No, why not?
What a great experience for him. If you think back to Andy Murray, he got to like 4 semi-finals in a row. Didn't quite get over the line. And then he had a great Olympics. Then he had a great Wimbledon, and then he had a great US Open, great Australian Open, great French Open. So, maybe he's peaked a little bit later in his career compared to Andy, but You know, he's playing a phenomenal champion. What a great experience. You know, the next few years, it wouldn't surprise me if you see him go on, maybe clinch a title or two.
I like that. Positive mindset. Still lots to come for Cameron Norrie, you say. And I'm just going to push you for tomorrow, the men's final. Who do you think is going to have it in the bag, Kyrgios or Djokovic?
You see, Kyrgios is emotional. He hasn't got the experience. I'd be very surprised if Djokovic doesn't win that tomorrow. He might just be able to psychologically out-edge him in the final.
Well, James, thank you very much for your thoughts and thank you for letting us harass you so early on in the morning. Have a wonderful day with your mum at the tennis this afternoon. So there you go, Stephen and Anne. Lots to look forward to today. It's going to be a hot one on centre court. 32 degrees today. So let's hope people have got their hats and their sun cream in this queue.
That's up. So, Ellie, thank you.
Thank you. It'll be hotter than that, actually, on the court, won't it?
Oh, it will be.
It's just like a furnace there. Aidan McGee has joined us. Hi. Looking
Morning,
forward to
how are you?
that. Yeah, very well.
That lisp earlier on, I could tell that was just your Chris Eubank impression, wasn't it?
Oh, I'd never take the mickey out of Chris Eubank.
No.
Certainly not. How are things?
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Good.
All right. I mean, it's an interesting one today, isn't it? As Eddie was saying, it's record breaking or history making, whatever happens.
It is. Well, Eleanor Rybakina actually got quite lucky. She didn't change her nationality when she was 18, 4 or 5 years ago, for any political reason. It was literally to secure funding. She couldn't get funding from the Russian Federation, Tennis Federation, to go to the States, but the Kazakhstan Federation said, we'll actually pay for you to go to the US to complete your training. And you have to say that's what's got her to where she is now. But she's very powerful. She's 6 feet. She's probably just about the favourite today, even though she's number 17 seed, as opposed to Ons Jabeur, who's number 3. But it's a great story nonetheless. And it does throw up as well. The women's singles final does tend to throw up a new winner. I mean, we've had 5. I mean, there wasn't a tournament in 2020, obviously, but the previous 4 before that produced new winners every time. We're going to get another new winner today. It's not like the men's one, where it tends to be Djokovic and Federer have dominated the last 20 years. You've seen Nadal win a couple as well.
Why
Murray's
is that
won a couple.
then with the women?
I don't really know. I couldn't put your finger on it, to be honest. You get periods like that sometimes. I mean, prior to 2003, we did see multiple winners of... no, that's not true.
Billie Jean King used to win everything year in, year out.
I mean, Steffi Graf must have won 6.
She's 78 now, can you...
yeah, I know, yeah, exactly. Martina Navratilova must have won about 8, I would have thought.
That's
there was about 7 in a row. She came back
Missy
in
Evert
1990.
did.
So, but in the men's, even before Federer came in sort of 2003, you had Hewitt winning it in 2002. But before that, it was pretty much dominated, with the exception of Richard Krajicek in 1996. It was Pete Sampras used to win it every year. So it was much more dominant. If you actually look at the number of winners since the late 80s, I think you're probably looking at about 7 or 8. It's not very many. That would include Boris Becker, who won it 3 times.
It's quite nice in a way that the famous 4 at the very, very top, the men at the very top of Wimbledon and all of the Grand Slams, it's beginning to loosen that grip. They're beginning to loosen their grip on the top.
Well, although you could say that had it not been for injury, then Nadal would have had a good chance of getting to the final this year.
But even Djokovic is not struggling. That's not the right word.
No, he was first set yesterday.
And he lost out. I mean, he's with 2 sets down in the previous game as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it's not plain sailing for him anymore.
No, certainly not. But I do think there's an element of I think he's angry because of what happened earlier in the year with Australia not being able to get in there because of the vaccine situation. He went out in the quarter-final of the French against Nadal. That's a tournament you would expect normally to do well. Certainly, he was the only one recently who could really challenge Nadal on the dirt in Paris. This time, I think it's redemption. It's a huge chance for him tomorrow. I mean, Kyrgios he's not been there before, as one of the guys we interviewed at Wimbledon Common, Ellie interviewed a few moments ago, suggested. He's inexperienced. He had 1 hour's sleep after learning that Nadal had been injured. His mum was talking earlier this week about him giving up video games. That's helped him concentrate and retain. Yeah, but it's obviously not helping him getting sleep, is it?
No, and he could lose his temper as well. And if he starts to lose his cool, which he's almost guaranteed to lose his cool.
Also, he's going to face a charge. He's going to face a charge in Canberra as well over assault of his ex-girlfriend as well. So that's come out this week. There were journalists from Australia chasing him around the complex this week.
Who would the crowd be behind, do you think?
Well, that's really interesting because Djokovic has never been an ultimate favourite at Wimbledon, or indeed any Grand Slam. He's always been a disruptor of the Federer-Nadal axis in the last 20 years, I would suggest. As for tomorrow, I think it's going to be mixed, but I do think that overall Kyrgios will probably edge it. I was there on Wednesday, actually. I saw Kyrgios win through his semi-final. I saw him into the semi-final. He's not played since then. Maybe the extra couple of days rest will suit him. I don't know. But against a player of the calibre of Djokovic, I'm not sure that will really count for much on the day. But in terms of the crowd, I think broadly you'll see Kyrgios, partly for the reasons we discussed earlier. We'd like to see a new winner on the trophy, and it would be a surprise when nobody was talking about Nick Kyrgios prior to this tournament going deep into it, let alone getting to the final.
Yeah. OK, Aidan, thank you. We're going to catch up with you a little bit later.
Oh, my name's a palindrome, by the way. It spells Nadia backwards. Aidan spells Nadia backwards. You were talking about names earlier, weren't you?
Interesting.
Yeah, kind of
Both of those are very old names, though, actually. Aidan's a very old name, but so's Nadia.
Yeah, well, it's a saint's name, Aidan, actually.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
That's old. That's how far we go back. Lindisfarne, I think he came from. There was a band called Lindisfarne in the early 90s.
There was.
Yes, there certainly was.
Yes.
I wasn't in it.
Didn't they do Fog on the Tide?
Yeah, they did.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, and Geordie Boy, I think, with Gaza.
All right.
Crumbs.
Oh, how depressing.
No.
Interesting. Loads of you getting in touch about Rishi Sunak now that he's thrown his hat into the ring to be PM. Jacqueline says, you ask, are we ready for Rishi? The short answer is no. I used to like him, but he's been disloyal to Boris, too keen to launch his own bid for the top job. I am a party member, so I will be voting for a new leader.
It's coming through again and again. So many of our viewers, thank you very much for getting in touch, are talking about the fact that he betrayed Boris Johnson. I couldn't remember his name for a minute. I thought, how quickly do you go? Boris Johnson, yeah. Talking about names, Pauline says, when I was a teenager, I was friends with a girl named Jo King.
There's a comedy producer, radio comedy producer called Jo King.
Is there? Same person, I wonder. And Maggie in South Wales said, my great-grandfather was called Hannibal. Yes, you did used to get extraordinary names like that, actually, a couple of generations ago. His son was called Walter, and the surname was Barrel. Walter Barrel. Oh, Walter Barrel.
Yeah, Walter Barrel. I mean...
Get in touch with some unusual names, please.
A guy called Salt bowled out a guy called Pepper.
Really?
Yeah, no joke.
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
Anyway, look, we're going to go through the papers in a couple of minutes with Pete Price and Maureen Neeson. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, yes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne on your TV and on your radio. Crackers, the number of people getting in touch this morning. So many of you. Thank you so much. Phil in Northumberland says, I'm a Tory member. Sunak will get no vote from me. Simon says, are we seriously considering Rishi for PM? So loyal to the UK, had an American green card all lined up, lied about his spouse's tax position, and then U-turned and owned up. And Abraham says the only true Conservative is Jacob Rees-Mogg. He should run. He's not going to, but...
No, he's not. Well, I don't think so, no. And lovely names. Sean says, our surname is Askew, pronounced Askew. And my younger brother is called Ian, so if he puts his I, and then his name, in other words, if he spells it out, it's I ask you. Alan says, years ago when I was working for the Liverpool Daily Post, I recall a report about someone called Handel Turner. And one of my mates suggested he must be a right crank. Oh, sorry, this is getting worse, isn't it? And Dawn in Leicester says, we knew a family called O'Shea, and they called their son Richard, which was shortened to Rick, so he was known as Ricochet. Yeah. Do you think these are true?
Well, Roland on Twitter has put, after you mentioning, he knows a cinema manager called Just In Case.
Oh, yeah, actually, yes.
Yeah. I went out with a guy called Windy, and he was dreadful.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you will have gathered by now we've been joined by Pete Price and Dawn Neeson, or Maureen Neeson. Dawn was saying in the last hour that her mum wanted to call her Maureen. Now, I think it's a lovely name. My best friend at school is called Maureen.
It is a lovely name.
And it reminds me of Saurine. Yeah. Which is, and who doesn't like a slice of saurine?
Yeah, that's a...
What's saurine?
It's that malt loaf, yeah.
What? Did they still make it? I used to like it. I
remember, yes.
Yeah.
In the, solid.
Very solid, sticky.
Yeah.
Solid and fruity.
There you go.
That's you through and through.
Yeah.
Already.
So what we started with...
heat wave.
You're going to have to slap on a bit of sun cream.
Back to 30.
Down this end of the country, anyway.
If you don't want your politics, all the papers are offering the choice of weather this morning. So this is the Daily Mail I've shown, pictured here, because I've got a picture of Wimbledon Common in London, and it looks like the Sahara Desert. That's the main point. However, the story is it's a level 3 health alert in the southeast, and it's stay in, wear a hat, factor 30, don't drink too much, don't do this, don't do that. Can't we just enjoy the sunshine? Honestly, you read this and it is like there's a new pandemic on the way. Go out, you're going to die, basically.
It's not 75 degrees.
It's what I know.
And it's not as if it's consistent, is it? I mean, it's in Australia, they have to put out these health warnings all the time because they are consistently getting lots and lots of sunshine and an awful lot of heat. Yeah. And they get it all through their summer. But we get it for a week if you're lucky.
It's a couple of days. And it's like this bit in particular I found quite annoying, to be honest with you. People are being urged to look out for others, especially older people, young children and babies, and those with underlying health conditions. What are you meant to do? Yeah. Well, it's hot and it's sunny, and you're walking down the street with your bottle of water, obviously not a bottle of beer, and there's a child playing. How are you meant to look out for this child? What are you meant to do? Put a hat on it? Smother it in cream? I mean... the health...
No, you get done for assaults, then.
Why? Exactly.
Or patronise an old person.
My story follows on. This is going even more ridiculous. Don't shower, save water for the tourists. The Devon and Cornwall residents... The tourists, yes. The Devon and Cornwall residents have been urged to cut showering time to ensure there's enough water for the visitors, because more people are living down there now. This is the best. It's been very dry over the last 12 months. And while the reservoirs are fantastic, the levels, there's a few dry spells on the way. It's gone mad. So, and mind you, there's a lot of people out there that don't shower and bath, which she'll use this as an excuse.
Please don't use that.
Don't like it. No. But honestly, it's gone ridiculous. More people are coming down on holiday and more people are living down there, so water levels are going, but the reservoirs are full. What? Where do they get... It's a half-page story.
They're by the sea, aren't they?
By
the sea.
Yes.
Go and get in the sea.
Don't wash in the sea. Take a bar of soap. Scrub yourself down. Some dirty people don't wash.
It's just a nanny state, isn't it? I mean, during the pandemic, where you had footprints on the pavement telling you how to walk down the road. Yeah. I mean, how did we ever get to this position?
Yeah, I know.
A few sunny days and everything is like a health warning and nannying how to get through it.
Growing up...
We're a long way away from standpipes on the street, aren't we?
Yeah. But growing up, I never, ever remember ever warnings about summer. Ever. And then, of course, we get winter, then we've got all the ice and snow. We always go overboard on everything.
Well, anything to do with the weather, particularly. Yes. What about sex education? We could get worked up about that as well, couldn't we, Dawn?
Actually, yeah, I mean, I'm being serious for once. This is actually a really annoying story. This is in The Times, and it's sex work is rewarding, pupils are told. This is a headline on this story.
And basically, it's basically Rachel D'Souza, the Children's Commissioner, has revealed that she is now going to review sex education in schools after learning some of the horrific things children are being taught in the name of inclusivity. Now, one of these is a 9-year-old parent was telling the story. A 9-year-old child came home shaking and white as a sheet because they had been taught in detail about rape. Now, it's a 9-year-old child. Why does a 9-year-old child need that in their head?
No, they don't.
And who is that being inclusive of exactly? Rapists? I mean, it's just completely wrong. But the other thing...
It's just inappropriate, that, isn't it?
Of course it is, Anna. And you know, people are saying, well, this is basically child abuse, telling you. And then there are others where children are being asked to demonstrate how they touch themselves sexually. Oh. I mean, hello, this is...
Really?
Yeah, really wrong. But the one thing that really annoyed me, I mean, sort of like when I was a magazine journalist a long time ago, I did a huge piece on prostitution. And I spent a lot of time interviewing prostitutes, basically, both here and abroad. And most of them were not happy. It was just an awful situation they found themselves in. Look, if you want to do it for a living and you're happy doing it, no one's forcing you, absolutely fine, don't have a problem with it. However, providers of sex education in school are teaching children that prostitution is a rewarding job.
How can they say it's a job when it's illegal?
It's not actually illegal to be a prostitute.
Well...
it's illegal to use one, which is...
Dawn, I agree with every single thing you say about that.
That's
everything.
a first?
Yeah, absolutely. But, and there is a but, kids can go on their phone and find rape, abuse and everything. So, in a way... and I'm not saying an age, but in a way, should they be taught something so that they don't pick up what you find on social media?
Yeah, but we're not talking about teenagers here.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I said an age.
Children.
Yeah. But there are 9-year-old and 10-year-old children with 25-year-old brains in them on telephones, finding the most and putting in simple words, a simple word that leads you to abuse.
Yeah. No, look, I'm not saying we shouldn't teach sex education in school.
Yeah.
I'm just worried about some of the sex education that is being taught.
Totally agree with you.
Prostitution is not a great career choice, really.
No, you can imagine some educators, and I don't necessarily mean teachers there, I mean somebody who's writing an agenda of some sort, thinking we must talk about this responsibly, inclusively, and then finding that actually what they're doing, or maybe not aware that what they're doing is promoting something almost.
You know, I never, ever had sex education at my school. Ever. We had religious instructions, and Mr. Boyd always turned it round to sex education. That was the nearest we got to sex education, where he'd use that because he believed that we should do that.
Did you have sex education?
No, I don't think so.
I didn't.
I don't think
Did you? No.
We had basic biology, but I mean the actual.
No, we just dealt with stamens and flowers and pollen.
Oh, we just had Bunsen burners.
Yeah, exactly. We never did anything human at all. Never learned about that. Somewhere along the line, it didn't. You know, you made up your own. You found out yourself, didn't you?
But is that right or wrong? Do you think that we didn't have? Have we turned out bad because of it?
Terrible.
How long have
you just got married?
I don't know. One of my friends had a nanny, and we used to ask her for words to look up. That's the nearest we got.
Right.
But she was quite careful in the words she gave us, and then you go. I mean, again, social media now. You'd only type in that word, wouldn't you? And you'd get bombarded.
Yeah.
We had to go to a library and find a dictionary to look up the words that she gave us.
Do you remember getting the dictionaries and looking to see if there's any rude words in it?
Yeah.
Just remember.
But that's so tame compared to what, as you said quite rightly, compared to what young people now are bombarded with from tablets and laptops and phones.
What about being bombarded by stuff from... I guess it says these chubby gigs. You mean Chubby Brown?
Chubby Brown, it is, yeah. 59 people protested and wanted the gig axed. 3,000 people complained they wanted the gig back.
Now you'll have to educate me.
Right, Chubby Brown is a very, very blue comic, huge comic, as in made a great deal of money over the years.
But he has a reputation for being quite racist.
Oh, he's dreadful in every single way, but a lot of people, sadly, love comedy. If he was a left-wing comic... none of this would be in the papers.
No.
You know, that's what makes me cross. Yes, he's old school comedy. I've been a comic for 50 years. I've crossed the line a few times without any shadow of a doubt. I hold my hands up to that, and a lot of the old comics have. But The left-wing comics can get away with it in the name of, hey, I'm a lefty and I'm in a small room doing 20 minutes. We had to do an hour to get paid in our day. Chubby is not my cup of tea. I love him as a man. He's a mate, but not my cup of tea. He's very, very rude, racist, everything. But it was a different world. But, you know, not just him. Let's get the left-wing comics out.
Well, or let them all in. Well, one rule for all.
I mean, you know, Ricky Gervais always says that comedy, it should be, you should be able to talk about anything and everything. Nothing is out.
Because otherwise, where do you draw the line?
Yeah.
Well, exactly.
Well, love or hate Jim Davis, and I went to see him recently, and Full House, love or hate him, and Jim's a mate of mine from the old school, and he works incredibly cleverly now because he's saying, this is what I can't say, blah, 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 blah. And here's something else I can't say. And he's making a point. And an awful lot of people go and see him are army, troops with their wives and everything because he did so much for the troops. Where's he going to stop and start? Yes, we don't want racists, but... You know,
he's very, very clever in the way he
doing it. Yeah,
he's very witty, and you go and see him, and you end up laughing so much your jaws ache.
The thing is, who sets the limits? Who is going to?
Well, that's it. There's no way you can.
Acceptable. And none of us have the right to do that.
When I started, I worked very gay on stage, because that was my way of selling who I was and promoting that I was a gay man, and I wanted to do it.
Did not, are you?
Shut up.
Kept it quiet, didn't he?
Oh, never worked that.
I nearly did my opening gag then. Now just realised I wouldn't work.
No, best not be. We've been talking about funny, as you know, strange names. Maureen, we've been talking about this.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Oh God, why did I do that?
Chubby Brown. His real name is Royston Vasey.
Oh
wow!
No,
yeah, Royston Vasey, which is also then the name of the village in League of Gentlemen.
Oh,
they named it. They called it Royston Vasey after him.
Oh no, that's brilliant.
Just Googled that.
No, this is my insulin pump. I'm just giving myself some insulin. That's not what.
Here's a piece of useless information. Engelbert Humperdinck, spelled backwards, is Nicoleg Tremblebum. Just what I tell you.
Thank you. Engelbert Humperdinck was a very famous music composer.
Did you?
That was his real name, yeah, and that's why
really?
Engelbert Humperdinck called himself Engelbert Humperdinck.
I never knew
he wrote an opera called Hansel and Gretel, one of the most famous
Engelbert Humperdinck
is a serious composer. Yeah,
I never knew that.
Presumably German, I think. Or Austrian.
Let's hope so.
Oh no, and he was his real name was Engelbert Humperdinck. He wrote the opera Hansel and Gretel. Presumably wrote a few others as well. Very, very famous.
Southend.
But that's why Engelbert Humperdinck, whose real name is what? Can you remember?
Jerry Dorsey? No,
that's
no.
Might be Jerry Dorsey. Oh, we're going to have to Google like crazy.
Whoever.
It's like John Wayne. John Wayne. What was he called?
Shirley. Shirley's name.
Yeah.
Because Shirley was an acceptable name for men.
Yeah.
Hasn't been
It still is. You can call
yourself. I met Frankie Lane years ago, who was best friends with John Wayne.
Oh, yeah.
Just thought I'd throw that in.
Best friends with John Wayne. That's quite something, isn't it?
Your book is called Name Dropper, isn't it?
I believe so. You can't buy it anymore, but you can get it for £1 on eBay.
I bet you can.
Look, we're out of time, you two. Oh, I wish we'd just keep you on set
This is just
permanently.
an education. I've learned so
much. Brilliant. Look, we've got lots more coming up for you in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Keats with your latest Met Office forecast. And the first day of the weekend offers plenty of sunshine for many places. Warm as well across a lot of the country, but a bit damper towards the far northwest of Scotland later. At the moment, though, we've got this very weak weather front just pushing its way southwards across the UK. Barely noticeable if you're out and about, a bit of cloud here and there, tending to give up the ghost as we move on through the day. And that's this area of cloud here coming across parts of Wales, southern England, but many places here seeing some sunshine readily developing through this morning. And then into the afternoon, blue skies across much of the UK with lots of unbroken sunshine around. The eastern Northern Ireland clouding up a little bit later on in the day, as it will do across parts of western and northern Scotland, with some rain affecting the Outer Hebrides and later into the Northern Isles. Here it's a little bit on the cooler side, 13 to 16 Celsius, but for much of the United Kingdom it's going to be a warm afternoon, temperatures peaking around 27 in southern England. Then a glorious evening to come this evening for many parts of the country, lots of sunshine to close out the day. A bit more cloud though across the far northwest, and this cloud will be producing some rain across parts of northern Scotland, particularly Orkney and Shetland, where a few heavier bursts are possible into the early hours of Sunday. Elsewhere, though, at least clear spells, if not lengthy clear periods to take us into Sunday morning, and quite a warm night, temperatures no lower than 13 to 16 Celsius. Then on Sunday, high pressure is very much in charge of our weather, so a fine settled day, pretty much across the board. These weather fronts initially affecting northern Scotland pulling away, so all parts of the UK just about seeing at least some fine weather on Sunday. So glorious starts today for many places. One or two early shallow mist or fog patches readily clearing. Any cloud tended to break up through the day, and the rain away from northern Scotland should be away fairly soon into the afternoon. Widely a warmer day than on Sunday, highs peaking 27 to 29 in the south. And this sets a warm and sunny trend into next week with lots of sunshine around to take us through. A few showers midweek, but before we get there, temperatures could be into the low 30s. Take care.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Former Chancellor Rishi Sunak officially launches his bid for the Conservative Party leadership.
Good morning, it's 8 o'clock on Saturday the 9th of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
We're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, your radio, online. So wherever you are, whatever you're up to, you can take us with you today. These are the headlines.
Well, the race is on for the top job as more and more Conservative MPs launch their leadership campaigns to replace Boris Johnson as Prime Minister.
The former Equalities Minister, Kemi Badenoch, has become the very latest to enter the race, joining Rishi Sunak, Penny Mordaunt and Ben Wallace.
Sir Mark Rowley replaces Dame Cressida Dick as new Met Police Commissioner. He has promised to focus on getting the basics right and restoring confidence in policing.
And we've been talking all morning about baby names. You're getting in touch today in your droves on that one. Amber and Johnny are out as popular names. So which names are in? And what do you like? Traditional names, new names, modern names, nicknames, double-barrelled names?
Yeah, a lot of double-barrelled going on at the moment, I think, isn't it? GB Views at gbnews.uk. Get in touch.
Yeah, John has sent a lovely picture in, and it's about his granddaughter, Havana Ray.
Oh, that's lovely.
Oh, and she's a
Havana
cutie.
Ray.
You're on the radio this morning.
She's just a cute
cutie.
baby with a big
baby
smile.
in gold.
Yeah, she's very glam.
Havana Ray.
That's beautiful. Yeah.
That's unusual, isn't it?
Who was the tennis girl she got through to the quarterfinals?
Oh.
Called... Oh, Lord.
Don't know.
Harmony Tan.
Harmony Tan?
Wasn't it Harmony Tan, I think? I'm pretty sure I'm right. Harmony Tan, I thought, what a lovely name. And a good tennis player as well.
My nephew's called Ralph James.
Ralph James.
Ralph James, double-barrelled, which he doesn't use all over, everyone just calls him Ralph.
And we were
that's an old-fashioned name, though, Ralph, isn't it?
Yes, Ralph. And sometimes it's pronounced Rafe.
If you're very posh.
Yes, but it's spelt the same way.
Like Rafe Fiennes.
Yeah.
Yeah, how are you meant to know which way to pronounce it?
I don't know. Yeah, and we were talking about Engelbert Humperdinck just a few moments ago, and yes, I was right. The British singer is called Arnold Dorsey. That's his real name. But I think at some stage somebody must have told him you need a stage name, and he must have looked up for the weirdest that attracted him. And there is a very well-known German composer who is called Engelbert Humperdinck, and so that's what he called himself. Yeah. Certainly, it's memorable.
And he's become more famous than the original.
Yes, he has, really.
Really.
Yeah.
And then we're saying about John Wayne, it's Marion.
Yeah. But the Shirley was Big Daddy. Do you remember the wrestler Big Daddy? His Christian name was Shirley, and he used to joke that it was being called Shirley and having to go to school with a boy with a girl's name, he felt, and having to defend himself against bullying that turned him into a wrestler.
Isn't it funny? If you're old enough to remember Saturday afternoon TV, which was Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks.
Oh, Giant Haystacks, yes.
Wrestling on...
Because very often that was all that was on a Saturday afternoon. Yeah. You couldn't help but watch the wrestling.
All this wrestling, which was totally staged.
Yeah, it was, very much so, but very big deal.
That was Saturday afternoon TV. How things have changed over the last 40 years.
Rather wisely so.
Oh, dear me. Anyway, keep all your thoughts coming through. gbviews@gbnews.uk. We'd love to hear from you. On the Conservative leadership battle as well, loads of you getting in touch. I think I've seen one that's in favour of Rishi Sunak so far.
We're getting a lot of views at the moment, and they're all pointing out that Rishi Sunak, fined for breaking COVID rules, far too rich, what about all his earnings? He had a green card to work in the United States for quite a long time without sort of really telling us or coming out about it. And a lot of people are just saying, no, Rishi's not the right person. Oh. Stephen says it's a shame that David Davis isn't considering throwing his hat into the ring, as I thought he would always make a very good Prime Minister. He did a very good job in negotiating Brexit.
He was up against David Cameron.
He was,
back then, so maybe he's just...
Long time ago
had his time. Carol says, not Rishi Sunak, what a snake he is. Stuart, interestingly, says Rishi deserves praise for what he did during the pandemic. But he resigned from the Johnson government, which highlights his approach to loyalty when the going gets tough.
Sue says Ben Wallace has also appeared to be honest, considered and knowledgeable. I'd like him to be leader, but definitely not Jeremy Hunt, who decimated the health service.
And John in Manchester says, I, for one, would never vote for the Tories without Boris. As an ex-Labour voter, I could never vote Labour again because of Brexit, and the Lib Dems should remove the Democratic part of their name, which leaves me with no one to vote for.
I wonder if you feel that way, that you just can't choose it. I mean, not that you're going to get a choice, unless you're a fully paid member of the Conservative Party. Jennifer says Rishi gave away billions, and now he's telling us he's the only one who knows how to get out of the mess that he got us into. As for Keir Starmer, look into his eyes, and even he doesn't believe what he's saying. Harsh, isn't it? I think we're being very harsh.
We are being very harsh.
About politicians of all types. Maybe we've had enough at the moment.
I think it's frustration, isn't it? A lot of it is frustration. Who would want the top job? I mean, really? Why? But someone's got to do it. They say Rishi officially threw his hat into the ring last night. This morning, so the very latest person to say they want to be PM is the former Equalities Minister, Kemi Badenoch. Now, you may not know who she is, but you will do.
Yes.
After all of this as well. I mean, she could end up, of course, with a decent cabinet job at the end of it.
She'll certainly end up with us knowing her name and who she is, because the next few days are going to be all about that. The former Brexit Minister Steve Baker said he won't stand and announced that he's going to back Attorney General Suella Braverman instead.
Which is an interesting choice, because you would have thought she was very unlikely to get anywhere. And again, he was doing the media rounds the other day saying he'd be great for the job.
But they're all jockeying for position even this early on in the race, aren't they?
Yeah, well, of course. nothing is going to happen. Well, I mean, the voting will take place, but we're not going to see a change in number 10 till probably the first week of September. Let's talk to our political editor, Darren McCaffrey, who is out and about for us this morning, down at College Green in Westminster. I mean, this is going to be... We're talking to a guest earlier on saying when it comes to these sort of things, it's either a coronation or a bloodbath, Darren.
Yeah, indeed. And there's not going to be a coronation this time around. There certainly is going to be a proper race involving lots and lots of candidates. Stephen, we've already got 4 in the race, haven't we? You talked about Rishi Sunak, the former Chancellor, who launched his campaign with a pretty slick internet video last night in which he talked about how he was someone that has to grip this moment and make the right decisions, and he wanted to restore trust, rebuild the economy and reunite the country. Also talking about how we didn't need to be told fairy tales anymore, that people need to be brutally honest. You talked about Kemi Badenoch as well. She is in the running alongside Tom Tugendhat, who's never actually served in government. He's a senior backbencher, though. And also alongside Suella Braverman, the Attorney General that you were talking about, has got the backing of Steve Baker, pretty prominent Brexiteer. That is the 4 of them thus far, but there are suggestions there are going to be many, many more. Jeremy Hunt, the former Health Secretary, Ben Wallace, the current Defence Secretary, Sajid Javid, the former Health Secretary, who just resigns. Could there even be more names? Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, Penny Mordaunt, who's an International Trade Minister. And that is also not the end of it. There are suggestions others could stand as well. This all means that voting is going to get underway probably at the start of next week. MPs will have to whittle those names down day after day after day until the summer recess, which is in just about 10 days' time, the 21st of July. And those 2 names, the final 2, then go forward to the Conservative membership, and they will to select who is the next Conservative leader and ultimately who our next Prime Minister is. And as you say, that process should take us up probably towards the end of August, start of September.
Are there any people there for you to be gossiping with? I'm just wondering what the goss is in Westminster at the moment as to who probably will end up being leader.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult to know, isn't it, at this stage? As you say, Steve Baker, quite a surprise, given the fact that he was suggesting he was going to run himself, is now backing Suella Braverman, I should say. Who's going to win this? You know what, in previous form, there has been obvious successes, like in some ways Theresa May back in 2016, Boris Johnson clearly in 2019, but also, Anna, there have been times in which there have been people who no one at the start of the race really thought would become leader. Perfect example of that, David Cameron in 2005. No one really thought he was going to become leader. In many ways, actually, William Hague in 1997. Margaret Thatcher, another good example, back in 1975. No one had really even heard of her before she stood. And, of course, she went on to win and become a 3-term Prime Minister. So, you know, it's really easy. There's going to be a lot of people placing a lot of bets over the days to come about who may well take over. I wouldn't like to put my money on anyone right now, but clearly there are some people that the public will have heard of, that MPs do back. Your Liz Truss, your Rishi Sunak, your Ben Wallace. One of those you would have thought will make the final 2, but frankly, given the politics of the week we've just had, I'm not sure it's good to be in the predictions games at the moment, even though that's kind of part of my job.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Let's talk to Albi Amankona, political commentator, who's here in the studio. Good to see you. You do wonder, I mean, looking at some of the emails we've been sent this morning, you wonder if now is the time, a bit like 2005, for the Conservative Party, if they're going to stand a chance at the next general election, to actually bring some new blood in here.
Yes, absolutely. I think what we're seeing with a lot of the people throwing their hat in the ring are people from the backbenches or are people who are just ministers and not necessarily senior secretaries of state. You know, Kemi Badenoch obviously launching her leadership bid overnight, Tom Tugendhat. I think in previous leadership elections, no one would ever even really be mentioning their names, but it seems that the field in this leadership election is much wider and the possibilities seem a lot more varied.
I tell you what is impressive, though, is you look at the runners and riders, there's a lot of diversity there, isn't there?
Absolutely, and one of the things that I've been noticing over Twitter is a lot of left-wing Twitter sort of not really accepting the fact that the Conservative Party is this party that is representative of Britain. It is probably the most diverse leadership election we've ever seen in this country, and I think it's a testament to the talented people in the Conservative Party.
It's interesting, though, isn't it, when we, you know... the general consensus is, at the moment, you know, Rishi, and has for a long time been sort of considered the next in line. When we look at the reaction he's getting now...
Yeah, almost overwhelmingly from our viewers. They don't like him.
I do not think Rishi has blown it. He's certainly coming out at the beginning, I would say, is probably one of the front runners. I think his video's been seen over 2 million times. If we actually look at the polling, he's the only leadership contender that consistently outpolls Keir Starmer at a general election win. And I think the Conservative Party membership, and of course I'm a member, are actually quite shrewd. We want to win elections.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily about whether or not there are scandals attached to people. Remember, we voted in Boris Johnson. So I wouldn't write off Rishi just because of the comments from viewers. I completely understand where they're coming from.
But he's in the papers this morning, the Daily Telegraph, saying tax cuts must wait. Well, that isn't going to go down very well with the electorate.
Yes, and he's holding firm on his position as Chancellor, because what else can he really do? He's come out with this line this morning that he doesn't want to tell people fairy tales. He doesn't want to say that we can just cut taxes and spend money and everything's going to be all right, trying to position himself as a serious candidate who's going to take the difficult decisions to take us forward.
And meanwhile, Liz Truss is apparently sort of trying to sell herself as the Johnson continuation candidate, which I suppose implies loyalty to the Johnson government, but it's not the change that everybody wants now they've kicked Boris out. Sure.
So I've heard differing things on this, and I've definitely heard what you've just said, but I've also heard that she's trying to say that she's not necessarily just a Johnson continuity candidate, that she does want to cut tax as quickly as possible, that she does want to take quite a tough line on defending women's rights and all of this anti-woke stuff. So I think out of all of the runners and riders, I think she might be the most similar to Boris Johnson, but I think it would do well for any candidate to try and distance themselves in some meaningful way.
It's quite interesting, though, isn't it, that people, a lot of these people, the front runners, whether it's Sajid, whether it's Rishi, you know, they've held such important jobs. They're going for the top job. We expect Sajid Javid to throw his hat into the ring. If somebody else wins, they're more than likely going to find themselves just on the back benches and then presumably probably leaving Parliament altogether at some point before too long.
I'm not sure that that's right. If we look at most of the cabinet...
But who would appoint Rishi Sunak to the cabinet now if he didn't win?
I think you would be surprised at who would be appointed at the cabinet. As I said, what the Conservative Party needs to do now is get itself into good, strong order for the next general election, and that means people need to be appointed on merit and people need to be appointed that are going to take us forward into the next general election and help us win. And I don't think it will necessarily be on loyalty, as we saw with the last cabinet.
OK. Albie, good to talk to you. Thank you. We've been talking names this morning. Are you Albert?
Yes, that is my full name, yeah. But Albie is, you know, it's a bit more young and short.
It is. Albie's nice.
Yeah. I know a few Alberts who call themselves Albies.
Yeah. And, of course, the Queen's father was Albert and called him... he was called Bertie.
Oh.
Wasn't he? So,
Bertie.
Yeah. Oh, and I've got Albert. One of my sons, his middle name is Albert, for that sort of same reason.
Really?
It's a nice, historic name.
Yeah, I like it. I like the old-fashioned name.
Yes, I think we
So do I.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
With a modern twist, which
Indeed.
is nice.
Albert Amankona, thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, thank you. I did say that. He's calling everybody by their other names today.
Yes, I like it, really. It's all very formal. Now, the Metropolitan Police, which was placed in special measures last month, has got a new commissioner.
Yeah, Sir Mark Rowley. He will replace Dame Cressida Dick as commissioner, saying he was deeply honoured to be appointed.
Let's talk to Hamish Brown, who's retired Scotland Yard Detective Inspector. Good to see you this morning, Hamish, as always. Look, what do you make of this appointment? Is he the right man for the job?
Well, good to see you and Anne this morning as well. Yes, I mean, they've had a good look at all the candidates and come up with this gentleman. He seems to be well recommended and welcomed by the Police Federation, so that's a good start. But by goodness, hasn't he got a job on his hands? He's got to restore public confidence and trust in actually a very good police force. They've had a terrible time recently, but not everyone is like that. It is a small minority, but he has to change the culture. He has to put it across the public. And there are two sides on this. It is specifically culture and it is performance, and that's what he's got to work on.
That sounds like a big job, but also a long job. And yet, he'll be under such scrutiny to try and deliver some sort of visible change quite quickly. It's almost going to be impossible, but I guess he'll have a strategy or he wouldn't have taken the job on.
Yes, I heard you talk about people's ages earlier. He's 57, so I still think time's on his side. But yes, he'll have to sort something out. And I think with the performance side, that there have been too many lapses in operational policing. Police just not getting it right. Now he's going to be called to account, and those under him, they've got to be quite clear. He's going to call them to account because he's not going to go down the same path as Cressida Dick finds herself and hang out to dry in certain ways. So, yes, I think the pressure is going to be on, and quite rightly so. But at the same time, and I think this is terribly important, it gives encouragement to the officers who are there. The vast majority have done a very good job, and they're probably fed up, as indeed all police officers are around the country. Those going in for the early shift this morning, they're not really bothered about the headlines. They just want to go and do their job and do it to the best of their ability. So, yes, support those officers, but at the same time, make it perfectly clear so the public understand that the incompetence, the poor culture, the dreadful behaviour will not be tolerated, and robust, and I mean robust, steps will be taken to put that right.
The sort of rallying the troops, if you like. I mean, in some respects, Cressida Dick was quite popular, wasn't she? I mean, he's going to have, it's a bit like the leadership election for the Conservative Party. He's going to have the confidence of those men and women serving under him, isn't he?
Oh, without doubt. And I had a lot of good things to say about Cressida Dick, and I'm sorry she went. She had to go ultimately because things just didn't work out, and probably lost the confidence of the public, which I'm sorry about that, but it was the right decision. Yes, he's gone there in very difficult circumstances. I'm sure he'll rise to the position. I mean, he was with the Met before as an assistant commissioner, which is equivalent rank of chief constable. He did the anti-terrorism side. He's very experienced. He was chief constable, before that, and walked the beat in the West Midlands. And I think he wants to bring that back, the visible presence of the police. But as I've always said, the police face competing demands. It's one thing after another, and it's how to use the force, the police officers, in the most effective way.
Hamish, look, we've got to leave it there. It's always good to talk to you, Hamish Brown. Thank you very much indeed.
Yes, but stay with us. We'll take a short break, but in a moment we'll be talking about, particularly as it's such barbecue weather at the moment, we'll be talking to somebody with a very personal plea to us all about the dangers of disposable barbecues.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Keats with your latest Met Office forecast. And the first day of the weekend offers plenty of sunshine for many places. Warm as well across a lot of the country, but a bit damper towards the far northwest of Scotland later. At the moment, though, we've got this very weak weather front just pushing its way southwards across the UK. Barely noticeable if you're out and about, a bit of cloud here and there, tending to give up the ghost as we move on through the day. And that's this area of cloud here coming across parts of Wales, southern England, but many places here seeing some sunshine readily developing through this morning. And then into the afternoon, blue skies across much of the UK with lots of unbroken sunshine around. The eastern Northern Ireland clouding up a little bit later on in the day, as it will do across parts of western and northern Scotland, with some rain affecting the Outer Hebrides and later into the Northern Isles. Here it's a little bit on the cooler side, 13 to 16 Celsius, but for much of the United Kingdom it's going to be a warm afternoon, temperatures peaking around 27 in southern England. Then a glorious evening to come this evening for many parts of the country, lots of sunshine to close out the day. A bit more cloud though across the far northwest, and this cloud will be producing some rain across parts of northern Scotland, particularly Orkney and Shetland, where a few heavier bursts are possible into the early hours of Sunday. Elsewhere though, at least clear spells, if not lengthy clear periods to take us into Sunday morning, and quite a warm night, temperatures no lower than 13 to 16 Celsius. Then on Sunday, high pressure is very much in charge of our weather, so a fine settled day pretty much across the board. These weather fronts initially affecting northern Scotland pulling away, so all parts of the UK just about seeing at least some fine weather on Sunday. So a glorious start to the day for many places. One or two early shallow mist or fog patches readily clearing. Any cloud tended to break up through the day, and the rain away from northern Scotland should be away fairly soon into the afternoon. Widely a warmer day than on Sunday, highs peaking 27 to 29 in the south. And this sets a warm and sunny trend into next week with lots of sunshine around to take us through. A few showers midweek, but before we get there, temperatures could be into the low 30s. Take care.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
just got my 3-bean latte.
3-bean latte.
Yeah.
There you go.
We were just saying how nice it would be to have a cup of soup. Anyway, do welcome back.
Actually, we were, weren't we? I like a cup of soup. On Wednesday, I was at the Trick Awards on Wednesday, and I bumped into your old pal, Ainsley Harriott.
Oh, yes.
It's lovely. I've never met him before. He's lovely. Sent lots and lots of love.
Oh,
and kisses.
good. That's nice.
You know what he's like.
Excellent.
Percy Pepper and Sally Salt.
Oh, yeah.
I buy his cup of soups. I didn't tell him.
I didn't know he did cup of soups,
Yeah,
does he?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, that doesn't
That's what he
surprise me.
doesn't do. It just
No, I know, he does.
comes
He's everywhere, yeah. Wonderful.
I do like a cup of soup.
Yes, exactly. And we could do with one now, couldn't we? It warms you straight away, soup. Lovely. We might talk about that tomorrow, making your own soup. It's a very good way to try and get around the cost of living crisis as well, is actually get a few veggies, chuck them in, and you've made a wonderful soup. And I think it's everybody loves that.
Yeah, well, look, people are going to be... Food is on the agenda today. Beautiful weather. What does everyone do? They go for a barbecue.
Yes, of course. Everybody's going to talk about barbecues, aren't they?
You've got to be very careful because there's a problem with disposable barbecues. Now, you saw that they're quite an easy solution.
Well, they're called disposable, but it's how you dispose of them. And if you have just been using one, who is the next person who's going to touch it?
Yeah, it's all a bit problematic, maybe worse than you think. And there was an horrible incident involving a young boy called Will Tyler a couple of years ago. And his dad, Toby, joins us now. Morning to you, Toby. Look, tell us what happened to Will.
Oh, morning.
Hello.
OK, yeah, so we were on a day out at the beach as normal, and it's this classic problem which is happening far too regularly, whereby Will stood in some sand where a disposable barbecue had previously been used. The disposable barbecue had cooled and it had been removed so that it was a safe space for children to play and all the rest of it on the beach. But the heat, sand is an incredible insulator of heat. And so the heat that had penetrated into the sand, into the dry sand, when the barbecue was there, retained over several hours. So it was basically an invisible hotspot where William sort of jumped at one point and his feet sank in and he sustained his injuries.
Boiling hot sand.
Yeah, it was extremely hot. Interesting, there's been a load of articles this week about sand batteries, which are being proposed as a sort of a green energy source. And it just really sort of goes into the science of how good sand is at retaining heat. His feet sunk in where it was absolutely extraordinarily hot. And as his feet sank in, it stripped the skin fairly much immediately.
Poor lad. How is he? How long did he take to recover? I know he had to have skin grafts and everything, didn't he?
Yes. So from there, we had to go to a local hospital, and the local hospital then transferred straight to the Royal Manchester Children's Hospital. He stayed there for 9 days and 8 nights. He had skin grafts from his thigh onto his worst burnt foot. And when he was released from hospital, he was using a wheelchair for some time and a walking frame. We're 2 years down the line now, and his foot has healed well. He's not in discomfort anymore. There's scarring there, which will remain, and he's still in regular contact with the hospital every 6 weeks or so, where we're checking on the scar management, looking at the graft all the time, and this will remain with him now. That's just the nature of this sort of injury.
It's just the shock that it's not as though he stepped onto a barbecue. That had all got. It's just stepped onto something which just appeared to be sand that had, that a barbecue had been on top of. And this is the thing, as you say, people can be as careful as they like and finish the barbecue, take it all home with them, but it's what's left hours later.
Yeah, this is the crux of things, really. I mean, there are a variety of reasons why we're pursuing this as a ban on disposable barbecues. There's the environmental impact, the wildfire element. There is the single-use wastage element, where you're looking at a million of these units a year going into landfill. Aldi have just banned or stopped selling them, and they estimate that's 35 tonnes alone of single-use waste that they're going to get rid of. But there's also then this human element. In the last 10 days, there have been 3 children hurt in similar fashion to William's. One where they stood on boiling hot sand from where a barbecue had been used before. Another where a barbecue had been buried, a disposable barbecue had been buried, because they're so difficult sometimes for some people to clear them away because of the mess and the heat. But also there was another boy who stood on one which had been discarded and left there, and it nearly severed his Achilles tendon. So this is the last 10 days. They're incredibly frequent, these injuries, and this is the issue, really. There are so many reasons, so many issues with them, but there are also so many alternatives. We just don't need to have these.
You said earlier that it was an invisible hotspot. When it actually happened to you, you must have wondered what on earth was going on, because you didn't have the explanation you're now giving us. You wouldn't have known.
Yeah, completely. We thought that he'd trodden on some wooden kebab sticks that we'd seen in the sand. We thought that he'd stood on one of those, and so his scream was through that. And it took us a few seconds to really work out what happened. The scream that came from him was extraordinary. It's something that will always live with us, really. But yeah, it did take us a few minutes to realise. But as I say, this is something which is incredibly common, unfortunately. There's no statistics or data collected or collated anywhere to reflect the numbers of injuries like this. But if you do a quick trawl through social media, we run some sort of Twitter and social media sites there that are sort of trying to monitor this. It's extraordinarily common. It's a real problem.
Real danger that could be there for any family going out, just as you did, any family going out onto the beach, or anywhere actually, but particularly the beach, where, as you say, the sand makes it invisible. We've all got to watch out. It's almost like you've got to check the sand on which your child is going to run or play. It's almost an impossible... Go on.
Yes, last year, William went back to the beach where it happened to do some fundraising, and he did an 8-kilometre walk. It was 8 to recognise the 8 nights he spent in hospital. And as we came back from the walk, we saw people almost in exactly the same spot that we'd been, who were clearing up and tidying and leaving the beach. And this is the frustrating thing. They thought they were doing all the right things because they tidied up. There's all signs of a clear up behind you. And so they cleared away, they've taken the disposable with them. But there were more people arriving on the beach than were actually leaving at this point. And so these people who were arriving had no idea what had come before. So whether these people who had been there beforehand had tried to be responsible or hadn't been responsible and actually buried it because they couldn't be bothered taking it away, whatever it might be, there is invisible dangers there. And unfortunately, this is an inherent issue with disposable barbecues. They're inherently a hazardous item.
Oh, look, Toby Tyler, it's good to talk to you. Give our best to Will as well. Thank you very much indeed. Let's talk to Marcus Borden now, who's owner of the UK Barbecue School. Morning to you. Look, do these things need to be banned?
Absolutely. They're dangerous. They're not good for the environment. They're really not good to cook on as well. So I really would like to see them banned. I was so sad to hear about Will and what Toby and his family went through. And it's becoming more and more frequent. Barbecue is growing as a thing in the UK, and people are barbecuing more and more, especially lovely sunny days like this. And it's just a time bomb waiting to happen. I'm hearing more and more cases of this.
Yeah, I mean, I just think about wherever you go at the moment, from a major supermarket to a corner shop, you see these things being sold over the counter just like that. I mean, is there anything we could do to make them safer, like insist that they have to have legs or something so that they're not actually in contact with the sand?
I mean, that would definitely help. So you can get little units that you can sit the disposables in with legs that will lift them off the ground. Absolutely. I mean, it's not about barbecuing can be great fun. It can be a really fun activity, delicious food. The problem is these grills, they're sat straight on the sand, and I've seen it before where they've burnt a hole in a tabletop, a wooden table, and the heat from these is quite extreme. And to be in contact with the sand or the ground is not good, because it just leaves a hidden time bomb there waiting for somebody to run and step on it. People also just dispose of them there. They see them as disposable, so they can just throw them away. They bury them, and that's not really good either. So I've heard of a case recently in Devon. Somebody was telling me about a dog that had eaten the remains of a disposable barbecue left on a beach and had died because of this as well. So there's a lot of problems with these grills, and I think that just banning them is the safest way, the way forward.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because with a lot of these things where we get so used to them and so used to seeing them, and barbecues in general that we love, we forget that actually they are inherently dangerous things. So there's a lot of heat involved, and therefore we need to be very careful.
Absolutely. I mean, here at the barbecue school, I teach people to be safe, to be responsible, to know how to cook food. One of the big problems with disposable barbecues is they are quite low heat to cook with. By the time you've burnt off all the nasty chemicals that are put on them to get them to light, you've only probably got 10, 20 minutes of good cooking time. And that's not really long enough for things like chicken and stuff. It's okay for a few burgers, but they're just really nasty things. They use petrochemical waxes on to make them easy to light, and those I think they personally smell like burning wax crayons or burning tyres, and that goes into your food as well. So there's lots of problems here that need addressing.
Way to address that right now, anyway, I suppose, is information. Marcus, thanks very much indeed. But, I mean, I wouldn't have known. You would have thought just where you'd had it on the sand, brushed new sand over. You'd thought that would be, I don't mean over the barbecue, I mean over where the barbecue was. You'd think that would be the responsible way. But now we're learning that it's clearly not.
Just not, no.
God,
just
absolutely just terrifying.
Not. Maybe it's time. Maybe that's something the new Prime Minister can do. Whoever that is, get a ban on those things. It's not worth it, is it?
No,
what
it's
an
not
awful
worth
thing.
It. No.
Look, don't go anywhere. We've got all the papers heading away in just a couple of minutes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne. Good morning to you. Go give us that message. The one from Seamus.
I'd have Diane Abbott as Prime Minister. The policies might not be any good, but the entertainment value would be priceless. OK.
I just didn't dare say it.
But,
you know, I know where you're coming from. Let's have a look through the papers this morning. Former editor of the Daily Star, Dawn Neeson, and the broadcaster, Pete Price. Morning.
Hello again.
Les Patterson would make a good Prime Minister.
Oh, yes.
Not half.
Oh, yeah, that would be good.
That would be exciting.
Do you remember yesterday we were talking about the fact that you can now buy our mugs?
Yes.
Max has got in touch. Hi there, Max. Says, I'm currently sitting proud watching you this morning with my morning cuppa in a GB News mug. My 35th wedding anniversary present.
Oh. And by the way, as I'm a bit of a creep, I was about to run out. They stopped me at the door to get you some cuppa soups.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, bless you.
But they wouldn't let me. They said you haven't got enough time. I'm a creep.
Well, you can creep in with one next time.
Yeah, next time you're back. Let's have a look at Elon Musk, Pete. The man who wanted to be Twitter king has now decided he doesn't.
And first of all, there's an unusual name. Elon.
Elon.
E-L-O-N.
And Musk.
And Musk.
His sister is called Tosca.
Right.
Tosca Musk. Right. It's quite a, you need your teeth in for that one, don't you?
So he's the richest man in the world. He wants to spend 37 billion on Twitter, but he's now saying he's going to back out the deal because he says 20% of the 330 million accounts were counterfeit. How he knows that, I don't know, and how they know anything about it. The good thing about this story is I'm delighted that he's not buying Twitter. I am delighted.
Why? What were you afraid
Because he
of?
was going to give Trump his account back. So he would have had Donald Trump back on Twitter.
I mean, part of the problem, he was saying it's all about free... He wanted to reinstall free speech, but that's very difficult then, because he was saying then each country where Twitter operates could have its own rules on it. I mean, it just didn't
I'm no
like
fan of Trump, but when you've got the Taliban on Twitter...
Oh.
I mean, why would you ban Trump and have the Taliban? I mean,
No, you're totally right. And if you go through some of the accounts, there are some dreadful, dreadful accounts. But when you're talking 37 billion to buy a company like that, if he's got that sort of money, the good he could do in the world with 37 billion pounds, dollars would be... No, pounds. Would be spectacular.
He might be
Elon,
he might be spending it anyway, because Twitter have said they're going to sue him to make sure that he goes through with the deal that was agreed.
Oh, gosh.
What?
These rich people with their...
Big boys and toys.
It really is. Yeah. It's a bit sickening, isn't it?
Yep.
Dawn, tell us about the revival of the mullet.
The mullet. I had to explain to Peter what a mullet actually was.
Come on, Pat Sharp.
This is
Pat Sharp.
In the Daily Mirror, and it's the 80s hairdo. Remember it?
Yes, I had one. Short. Well, it's like short on the front, like mine now, but long at the back.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, it looks like a mullet, and it evidently comes from the Lost Boys film where Keith Sutherland had it. I love that film.
They're the ones who started it off.
Evidently, according to this report and Who Might It Out the Mirror. But the popularity of it has surged once again because of the Netflix 1980s sci-fi hit
Stranger Things.
which I've never seen
Yawn,
either.
which I still haven't seen.
I've just started watching that a couple of weeks ago.
Any good? Recommended?
Put Kate Bush back at the top of the list.
Yeah, it's responsible for a lot.
My friend Kimberly said you need to watch that, so we said we would watch it.
But do you
It
get
is
that?
amazing.
Do you
It
get
is
that
amazing.
feeling when somebody says you really must watch this? You think, well, that's the last thing I'm going to watch. Then.
Exactly, that's what I normally
I've been told to watch it so much now. I'm almost determined not to.
I'm going to.
Just,
I'm going to.
just before the pandemic, there was a wonderful march in London, parade, and the lead actor in Stranger Things was standing behind us.
Oh,
and
wow.
one of the people with me went, do you know who that is? And we got a photo with him. But it was him.
But did you
he was
know
over
who it
here.
was? Did you know who he was?
I didn't.
No.
He did.
The thing about the mullet is that 1.5 million of us are having one, and it's more popular with girls than boys almost.
Oh,
But it probably suits girls better than
Lots
boys.
of female
doesn't
stars have them. Billie Eilish, Miley Cyrus, Rihanna, Dua Lipa, Cara Delevingne. They've all got mullets.
So when are we going to get the perm back? Because that was my era.
Oh.
The football perm. All the footballers with
perm,
perm.
like
My
Kevin
hair used to be
Keegan.
down here.
Did it?
Yeah, because I've got a full head of hair. I'm not bald.
gonna say,
I have a full head of hair.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Pete, it's probably a bit late now, mate. Possibly for a perm.
That's a challenge.
I don't know.
There we are. I've just had a challenge. I'm getting a perm.
Please don't
Brian
bring the
May.
perm back.
That's it.
Yeah.
Brian May is
Well, he's done well, yeah.
Of course, Jason Donovan and all those in there, they all had mullets, didn't
Yeah,
they?
it was very trendy. Well, you had one, so it had to be trendy.
I had a little mullet, yeah.
We have to see a picture of you with your mullet. I bet
No.
you're gorgeous.
No.
Go on.
No. I mean, they're awful things. They look awful, but...
You've been calling me Maureen all morning. I want to see your mullet now.
Actually, when I had long hair, I looked totally different. Somebody stopped me in the street the other day. I love this. Somebody stopped me in the street and said, "Didn't you used to be Pete Price?
Oh, yeah.
You've grown into your face." How'd you grow into your face?
Oh, you do, though. You do. Some people do, don't
Well, apparently I wasn't attractive when I was young, but I'm a little bit better now. Not being vain. I just
That's not asking for compliments.
Some people do get better looking as you get older.
Yeah, you grow
Quite
into your
nice,
face.
yeah. Can we talk petrol prices, Pete, in the Express? Because it's...
The profiteering is causing a foul stench.
I'm getting to the point now where I just absolutely dread having to fill the car up. I really dread it.
It's in every paper. This is the foul stench of profiteering over the sky-high petrol prices. I will never fill my car or put petrol in on a motorway. They are scandalously expensive. Of course, in the pandemic, it went down to £1 a litre. So it's them clawing their money back. But they're saying in all of it there's going to be the Competition Marketing Authority are going to look into it to find out what's going on. They used to make 10 pence the refineries. Now it's 35 pence a litre they're making at the refineries. But unfortunately, whatever's done will never stop it because these are bigger than countries, these petrol companies, and they're trying to claw that money back. And it's disgraceful because it's not helping in any shape or form our economy.
Do you think it's almost becoming a luxury to drive a car?
Oh,
I mean, I think we've seen it as a right or as something that everybody has, and that so many households have too.
Yeah.
Maybe we're going backwards and now having a car is going to be a luxury.
I don't know what they're going to do about
It
this.
wouldn't be so bad if public transport was cheap and available.
The thing is, I mean, very few people do use their cars for leisure, simply just for leisure these days. But you've got to think of small businesses. My mate's a one-man band builder. I mean, he has to use the car.
drive.
He can't get on a bike or carry his kit on public transport.
When I was on the road as a comic, I was doing 70,000 miles a year. I couldn't do it now.
No.
Because I wasn't earning big money. I was earning little money, little bits here. I could never do it now. How people survive, I don't know. But you say public transport. How much is fuel costing now for buses?
Yeah. And that gets passed on.
And that gets passed on to all of us.
Yeah.
It's not an affordable alternative.
My bus pass will go up soon.
It will.
Should we look at the best kebabs in Britain?
Yes, let's. Well, this was inspired by you two talking about your cup of soup habit, and Pete, I had to be physically restrained from going out and buying you some.
Bless you.
Creep. Anyway, this is the Sun, okay, and someone has done a survey on who eats the most kebabs in the country.
All right.
And who do you think it is? Which county do you think gets through the most kebabs?
I would have said London.
West Midlands.
Yorkshire and Humber. number.
Oh.
Wow.
Absolutely. 30% of that region eat a kebab every day.
Every day?
Every day. Yes, absolutely. As followed by Wales, London comes in at number 3, then East Anglia, East Midlands, North East, Scotland is number 8, and the North West is number 10.
I was surprised about that because I seriously thought Yorkshire, they still had Yorkshire puddings because they serve them now with the meal inside the Yorkshire pudding. So I thought Yorkshire puddings would have been...
It's not an easy takeaway, that, though, is it? A Yorkshire pudding with a meal inside it. That's not easy.
But when you've had a drink, it is, because you'll eat anything.
Well, that's why people eat kebabs. It's late night food,
Yes, it is, isn't it?
But we have a full confession to make on this one. But
I've never had one in my life. The idea of having a slice of something on there that I didn't know what was in it, no, not for me. Not for
and
me.
are you the only one that...
Well, I'm vegetarian, but my local kebab man, he's very well known in the area, does a veggie one.
A veggie one?
Every sort of vegetable you can imagine has been tossed in a pan and then he chucks it in, along with all of the salad stuff. Actually, I really do like it.
A veggie one?
A veggie kebab, yeah.
I couldn't imagine you walking down the street with a veggie one in your hand.
I don't
you take it home. You take it home.
No,
they eat it in the streets, you say.
A posh knife and fork.
Yeah, I can't imagine it being quite as good with a hangover. But there you go. I don't know. Look, we're out of time.
It can't be. I want to stay. I've had enough of this. Just change the schedule. I'm fed up.
Well, you can stay. You don't have to move.
Oh, all right. Just shut up.
Yeah, you can stay.
Just
hang around.
This mic off.
Stop it.
I'm louder without a mic.
Oh, no.
God. I shall have to get a headmistress if this carries on.
Now, the RSPCA is warning that the cost of living is putting some pets' lives at risk because their owners really just can't pay for medical help.
Which isn't surprising when you think of it, because the organisation recently discovered that Google searches for "Can I give my dog paracetamol?" have almost tripled since January 2020.
Oh, let's talk to the vet, Kat Henstridge. Morning to you. Look, we've got to be very careful here, Kat, haven't we? I mean, presumably we just cannot give human medication to animals.
No, and absolutely not without your veterinary surgeon's input initially. So some human medications can be given to pets very safely, but only under veterinary guidance, and some are fantastically dangerous for them. The way their metabolisms work is very different. The way that they process the drug is very different, and they can get really, really sick, and they can potentially even be fatal. So, please don't give your pets any sort of human medication on the internet. Say so. You have to speak to your vet first.
Yeah, I mean, we even had reports last week that some people were giving... I mean, I hesitate to say it in case it gives people ideas, but medicinal cannabis to pets.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, that shocked even you. But, I mean, it just shows that people have got the wrong idea. If they see their animal in distress and they feel they can't afford to go to the vet because we are facing this cost of living crisis, then you can understand people wondering if they could just give them a bit of something. But you're saying no, the reaction is totally different.
It can be for some medications. And I think before you reach into your own medicine cabinet to help your pet, which is entirely understandable. We know our pets really well. We know when they're not well. And I can absolutely understand that, especially in the current climate, people might struggle to afford to come to see us or, worry about the costs of coming to see us. But before you do anything or give anything to your pet, give your vet a ring. We don't charge for phone calls. Please speak to us. If you are struggling or you're worried about the fees, tell us about it. Let us know, because if you let us know that you're worried, then we can help you. But if you don't even call us and do what Google says, then you could potentially be in a lot, you could potentially make your pet a lot worse than they already are. And we are here to help you. So, please give us a ring.
No, very good advice. It costs nothing to give you a call. Kat, thanks very much indeed. Good to see you this morning.
And we're joined now by... Thank you. She was Kat the vet, did you notice? But we're joined now by our lovely showbiz reporter, Stephanie Tetchy. Hi there, Stephanie. Looking fab.
Thanks, Stephen and Anne. Thank you. I'm feeling very boho this weekend. The summer's bringing it to me.
Right. Ainsley Harriott.
Yeah, the TV chef, usually he always has good news, but this week he came out in an interview with The Sun and The Mirror, actually, and he said that he's considering taking legal action against the Royal Horticultural Society after his sister nearly drowned at a water feature at one of the exhibits.
Going around the Chelsea Flower Show?
Yeah, and he says that he's questioning whether the organisers are actually doing their best for health and safety. They've come out and said that they had paramedics there to help her because he had to literally rescue his sister from drowning, and there was other people around such as Nick Knowles, and they've said that they take the uttermost safety with these things, but he's still considering legal action against them, which is a shame because it's such a lovely show, but it just sounds like it was quite a dramatic fall for her. Luckily, she's okay.
Yeah, I mean, paramedics took her to hospital. Apparently, she coughed up an awful lot of water.
Yeah, there was pictures online and in the newspapers, and you can see how dramatic. Look, he's literally gone in to rescue her. She was coughing up a lot of water, so it's quite...
It must have been very, very frightening. So I mean, Ainsley wouldn't do anything like that lightly.
No, not at all. He's such a lovable character, but
now, what's the Kardashians? The Kardashians have made... They're only famous because they've always got a camera pointed at them.
Yeah.
And now North isn't happy about it.
Well, we know Kim loves taking pictures, and poor North, she's probably been in a house where she's always been pictured.
So hang on, North is the daughter of
Kanye and Kim. She's their oldest child. She's 9 years old.
That's an unusual name. We've been talking about unusual names.
Northwest, yeah. Northwest, and they've got Saints as well, Saint West.
Oh, OK.
Each of their own. But they went to Paris Fashion Week this week for Jean Paul Gaultier's show, and Northwest was holding a sign saying stop. So she wanted to send out a message to the paparazzi that she didn't want to have her pictures taken. She had enough, and she just wanted them to concentrate on the show, as you can see here.
Yes.
So I think she's taken a bit after her dad in that sense, where she's not really a fan of the paparazzi, unlike her mum. But good for North.
I mean, she's been brought up in a family where that is their bread and butter, isn't it?
Definitely.
That's how they make their living. But there's one kid who clearly thinks maybe not.
It's too much at 9 years old. You just want to be a kid, and can you imagine everywhere you go and you get impacted? And she's only 9. So can you imagine for the rest of her life, she's going to be constantly packed.
Well, why on earth did they drag her to a Jean Paul Gaultier fashion? I mean, for a 9-year-old, that must be the dullest thing on earth.
It's true. She probably doesn't understand what's going on. She did tell the photographers she wanted them to concentrate on the show, but again, I think she's been thrust into the limelight a bit too early.
Well, you've got no choice if you're the Kardashians kid.
Yeah, they just don't have a choice.
Quick word on the Dancing Queen.
Ooh!
We'll do that again.
Ooh, the M-bot. Theresa May. So I went to the Henley Festival on Thursday.
I saw on Instagram, you're all over.
So good, and Craig David was headlining. And then when I looked in the audience, I saw Theresa May, and she was pictured dancing, having a whale of a time. But obviously this was on the day that Boris had resigned.
Well, there she is.
Where?
In the red.
Oh, in the red dress?
There she is.
Oh, bless.
So she was having a whale of a time, but obviously, you know, the papers, they've kind of spinned it around saying that she was celebrating Boris's exit.
Oh, no, that's not fair. She was just
but it was...
She's pretty local to that area.
Definitely,
anyway.
and it was such a lovely festival.
She's not a natural mover, is it, Mrs. May?
No,
but if she had stood still, you would be pointing that out, wouldn't you?
Definitely. Yeah. She looked lovely.
I
do like Theresa. She knows how to have a laugh and have some fun. That was good.
She's a good sport, I think. She's had a bit of a rough time, hasn't she? But I think she's a good sport.
And she's finally got her joy back, you know?
Well, but that happens with these politicians. Once they give up the big job, they either crumble to pieces because they've been in there too long and they're too old, but or they suddenly become elder statesman type figures. And they're more relaxed. I wonder how Boris is going to go.
I think it's onwards and upwards for Boris, actually. I think he's finally going to be able to make more money, which I think he's always wanted to do, and he's not going to be under so much public scrutiny, you know, so good luck to Boris.
I think Mrs. Johnson probably wants him to make more money.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to have to.
But that would be easy, won't there? I mean, there are people before him who've done it. You go on the speaking circuit, you write an enormous memoir, which will be very interesting because he's a writer anyway.
Definitely.
I mean, honestly, that will be good stuff. But I mean, Tony Blair did it, Bill Clinton did it.
Tony Blair.
Barack Obama.
Yeah, and
Michelle
David
Obama.
Cameron as
There is a known formula now to make yourself a gazillionaire after you've held a big office like that.
And Boris is funny, I'm sorry. Love it or hate him, he's a character. And, you know, if you're going to go hear him speak, he's probably going to make you laugh quite a few times.
Well, you probably would go hear him speak.
Yeah.
Because it would be interesting. It'd be
and
funny.
his hair alone will be quite funny.
That would be quite amusing. I tell you who's a very good public speaker, actually. He's really funny. It's William Hague. And you wouldn't have thought, if you were just watching him, he doesn't come across that way in Parliament. He's hilarious.
Yes, I'll bet he's good. Yeah. But again, he's got that confidence of having been a leader, and now he's old enough to sort of crack the odd joke at his own expense as well.
Yeah,
now.
I think maybe being part of the government sometimes strips away all the joy from them because they're under so much pressure and public scrutiny.
I'm sure it does. It strips away their joy, and sometimes it strips them of the ambitions that they once had when they first joined politics. They find themselves frustrated. They're not able to do the things they really wanted to do. I think it's a very tough job.
I'm very interested in what makes people want to get into politics.
I think that most of them really do want to do something interesting and good. I think they want to bring about change.
Yeah.
You look a bit more cynical.
I'm not entirely convinced by that. No, I think a lot of it is viewed as a career path now.
To what?
The top. To ministerial office. I think a lot of them view it like that.
I think once you've held ministerial office, you walk into a pretty well-paid city job, or write a memoir or something like that. It changes your life.
For life.
Yes, well, Stephanie Tetchy for PM, maybe my...
Oh, one day.
One day.
One day.
Common sense, then.
Nothing else, we'll have a lot of fun. Ladies and gents, Stephanie, thank you. We'll see you in the next hour.
See you in a bit.
We've got all the headlines heading your way in just a couple of minutes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Step into the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
The former Chancellor Rishi Sunak officially launches his bid for the Conservative Party leadership.
Good morning. It's 9 o'clock on Saturday, the 9th of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Anne.
Just in case you didn't know, we're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, we're on your radio, and we're online. So whatever you end up doing today, you can take us with you.
And here's what you're waking up to this morning. The race is on, as we know, for the top job as more and more Tory MPs launch their leadership campaigns to replace Boris Johnson.
Now, it's the Miss Universe Great Britain finals today, featuring the finalists from England, Scotland and Wales. We're going to be talking to Jen Atkins. She was crowned Miss Great Britain in 2020. Is it all a good thing, or is it outdated?
Yeah, I'm surprised it's still going. And our very own Ellie Costello will be live at Wimbledon ahead of the ladies' finals later today.
Hello, I'm at the world-famous queue at Wimbledon today, where it's the ladies' finals day. Lots to look forward to, and it's going to be 32 degrees here in SW19. So much to happen on this sunny Saturday.
As ever, we want to hear from you this morning, whether it's about politics and all that's going on, whether it's about names, baby names, what's a good name, what's a bad name, or whether it's about Miss Great Britain, or Miss England, or Mr. England, or whatever it is, whatever.
Well, because we find we have both presented those programmes, haven't we? You've done Mr. England?
I've done Mr. England, Miss England, and Miss Gibraltar.
Yeah. And I did Miss World back in 1985.
World?
Yeah.
Huge. Anyway, what do you think? GBViews at gbnews.uk.
But we've had a wonderful morning talking about strange names, or lovely names, beautiful names, odd names for children. If you're just about to christen the youngster in your family, you've got to think very seriously about this.
And Kim has sent in a beautiful picture. Morning to you, Kim. I've just become Nana, she says, to identical twin boys. And there they are. They're two tiny little tots, absolutely gorgeous in their blankets. They're called Lincoln and Reginald. Now, which one's which?
Well, at this point, I wouldn't know.
No.
And I bet even their mum has trouble, but because they are absolutely identical.
You see, that's very unusual. I mean, they're both unusual. I mean, Reginald is an old-fashioned name,
Yeah.
so which they're coming back into fashion.
Lincoln is rather... Yeah, because I guess it's always been a surname, but not so much until recently used as a Christian name, as a first name.
Yeah.
Lincoln and Reginald. They're lovely names, though, aren't they?
Interesting, isn't it? Someone I used to work with, when they had their son, I don't know, might be 10 years ago now, and I think he's called, if I remember correctly, he's called Beau.
Beau. Oh, Beau Bridges.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a lovely one. Yeah, I like that.
And they're Dixons, actually. No relation to me, but Beau Dixon.
Beau Dixon. That goes well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You have to try these names out, don't you? That's why it takes some people quite a long time to name a baby. A lot of people think you have to look that baby in the face first and sort of say, does the name suit? Because you almost know straight away whether or not they are that name.
Because with a lot of children, so when they sort of get to be toddlers or whatever, and you sort of go, like Thomas, my nephew, used to think, oh, he looks like a Thomas.
He looks like a Thomas, absolutely.
He is a Thomas. But, so do you grow into the names, or the names grow into you?
I don't know. That's a good one. I don't know.
It's interesting, though, isn't it? But I like all that. Pam says, back in the 50s, my childhood friend was the youngest of a large family. They'd run out of name ideas, and she was born on a Friday, so they used it as an anagram and called her
Dayfree.
Dayfree.
Which is an anagram of Friday. She says, I've never met another one. Well, no, that's really unusual. But why not just call the child Friday? Friday's a nice name. I mean, it's based on the day of Freya, isn't it? It's based on a goddess's name.
Freya's Day, yeah.
Freya's Day.
Oh, that's a fair point.
Thursday's Thor. Any child...
Thor.
Now, that's quite a name. If you have a child born on a Thursday, call him Thor.
Yes. No, yeah. Good point. There's someone... you don't want to shame anybody, do you? But someone who was up north, who I was a friend of the family sort of thing, the mum was called Rita.
Rita?
So the daughter they called Atia, which is Rita backwards.
Yeah, that's quite nice.
Yeah.
Because she's always got a story to tell them. When people say, what's your name? And they'll say, oh, that's unusual. Where did that come from? It's often a good opening line, isn't it? It's often a good chat-up line to ask somebody about their name.
Yes. Oh, I'm trying to think of someone I once worked with you would do like bits of PR work and things around and about, a little bit of foreigners, as you would say if you're a tradesman. And he was called, I can't remember now. Well, it was something like Torren or Towen.
Towen.
Because
that sounds almost Welsh.
Towen, because his dad was called Tony and his mum was called Susan. And they shortened it and called it Towen. And he said, I get fed up with it because all I ever do is have to spell it and explain it.
Yes.
Constantly.
Exactly, yeah. Sometimes those names you have to spell your whole life, don't you?
Yeah. Well, that's going back a year or two.
There you go. Yes, we got lots of people getting in touch. Thank you so much. Sam in Cardiff says, why don't you read out the pro-Sunak emails? In 2010, Labour left the incumbent Conservative Party with the greatest debt since the Second World War. It was a prudent Conservative government that sorted it out. I believe that Rishi Sunak will rein in the debt of £2.5 trillion that this country owes. But the only reason we haven't read out more pro-Sunak emails is because they haven't been coming in. It's been quite noticeable. Although Martin says, I would support Rishi. Suella Braverman is coming up fast and maybe a dark horse. Both have good personality. Penny Mordaunt also. Liz Truss will be popular with many.
John says, as a pensioner and party member, Rishi is the last person I would vote for. He abandoned the manifesto and cancelled the triple lock. And Carl says, am I the only one who thought Rishi wasn't a very good chancellor? Giving away money instead of having a longer-term plan is not good. And he doesn't seem to have a longer-term strategy for anything that we were aware of. There you go. Yeah. That's interesting, isn't it? Let's see what Mark Francois, the Conservative MP for Raleigh and Wickford, makes of all of this. Morning to you. It's good to see you. I mean, look, everybody wonders if you're going to back anyone outright yet. My guess is you won't until we know who all the runners and riders are. But do you think there is a clear favourite?
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me on. And yes, you're right. I haven't yet decided who I'm going to vote for. I mean, it looks like, this is going to be like the Grand National, but without the fences. So we're probably heading for at least a dozen candidates at the moment. And I think I and a lot of my colleagues will want to know exactly who the runners and riders are before deciding, as it were, which candidate to back. And I don't think that's an unreasonable position to take. But we won't know the precise timetable until we elect the 1922 committee on Monday, who will oversee the process. But according to a number of media reports this morning, it looks like we're probably going to start voting on Wednesday. And then it's our job as members of Parliament to knock it down to two candidates, either of whom could be a credible Prime Minister. And we then put those two candidates to our voluntary party members around the country, of whom there's a little under 200,000. And they will then select the winning candidate in a postal ballot. So we'll probably have the process completed, I should think, by the end of August. And we'll probably have a new Prime Minister in post, again, according to media reports, by the time the House of Commons comes back from the summer recess on the 5th of September, and they would do their first Prime Minister's questions on the Wednesday, which is the 7th.
I know it's accepted process. This is the way it's done. This is the way the Conservative Party selects a leader. But do you feel at all uncomfortable about the fact that it is only paid-up members of the Conservative Party now who will decide who is our next Prime Minister?
Well, this has been the way that we've done it for a number of years. Labour have their own electoral college, which includes the trade unions. So, the different parties have their own traditions of doing it. But whoever we pick, the critical thing constitutionally is, can that person command a working majority in the House of Commons? And if they can, then normally the sovereign would ask them to become Prime Minister. It was a similar situation, when Gordon Brown took over from Tony Blair some years ago. So that is not constitutionally unusual.
Oh, indeed not. But what's your sense? I know you're not going to sort of stick a pin in the list of names yet. Quite right too. But what's your sense as to what sort of direction the party needs to go in? Is it some sense of continuity? Is it bringing it back to core Conservative values? Is it a sense of letting the young blood, the new blood, rise to the surface and really refresh government now? I mean, what would you like to see happen?
Well, there is a lot of talent in the Conservative Party, and I think Tory MPs and ultimately our members will have a lot of very good candidates to choose from. There were some rumours that some MPs were trying to arrange a so-called coronation, whereby the MPs would keep this decision to themselves. I mean, I'm completely opposed to that. We had a coronation in 2016, and look what happened to that. So I don't actually think that's going to come to pass. I think that will be a decision for our party members. I think MPs trying to hold it to themselves would be wrong. So when it gets to our members, by that stage, I hope they'll have two very credible candidates to choose from. Speaking purely personally, I think it's important that whoever we pick is someone who is committed to see through the Brexit process and to make the most of it, in terms of global Britain, our presence on the international stage, for instance.
Forgive me for jumping in.
Just to finish. I mean, if you're asking me what are my instincts, which I think was the tenor of your question, I personally believe it's very important that whoever we pick is someone who is genuinely committed to the Brexit process, not just someone who mouths the words in order to try and get elected.
Yeah, OK, so someone who's a Brexiteer, and I think a lot of your party members would support that. But I mean, does your heart not sink a little bit when Rishi Sunak on the front of the Telegraph says tax cuts must wait?
Well, Rishi will make his case to members of Parliament over the next week or so. Personally, I don't think you can tax your way out of a pandemic. I think you have to grow your way out of a pandemic, and that means setting the right sort of economic conditions to encourage growth. So, not least after the outbreak of the war in Ukraine and the effect on trade, I think whoever wins, I would like to see them look again at the proposed increases in corporation tax. If we want companies from around the globe to invest in Britain, which we do, increasing the rate of corporation tax that they would have to pay is a disincentive rather than an incentive. So, personally, I'd like to see whoever wins give a commitment to reducing corporation tax rather than increasing it.
Not Rishi Sunak. We'll have to leave it there, Marc-Francois. I know we'll get a chance to be talking this up an awful lot over the next few days. Thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Let's bring you up to date with the headlines. It's 13 minutes past 9, and the first group of Ukrainian soldiers have landed in the UK for a training programme in their fight against Russia. Just over 1,000 British forces will train up to 10,000 Ukrainians over the coming months. They're based at MOD sites right across the country.
The Sopranos actor Tony Sirocco, who played Paulie Walnuts, has died. He was 79. The actor appeared in all 6 seasons of the crime drama, alongside James Gandolfini, as well as other gangster films, including Goodfellas.
Elon Musk has pulled out of his $44 billion deal for Twitter. He's claiming there have been multiple breaches of the agreement. The announcement is the latest twist in this long-running saga after Mr. Musk said he was going to buy Twitter back in April. Twitter say they're going to bring a legal challenge to make sure the deal does go ahead.
And the Metropolitan Police has a new commissioner. He's Sir Mark Rowley. He replaces Dame Cressida Dick, who announced she was leaving the role back in February. Now, Sir Mark is a former counter-terrorism officer who left the force 4 years ago.
Now, the Miss Universe Great Britain finals take place today. And you've got to be careful with these competitions because there's Miss Universe and there's Miss World, there's Miss Great Britain and there's Miss England, Miss Scotland.
There's a lot of them.
The different competitions, different things, but this is all sort of the Miss GB, if you like. Now, the winners of those seats will go on to represent Britain at the Miss Universe competition.
But what do you make of it? I mean, are you comfortable that these pageants make any sense in 2022? Let's talk to Jen Atkins, who was crowned Miss Great Britain in 2020. And I think she has a very much more positive way of looking at it. Hello there. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, thank you for having me. Me personally, I think pageants are still completely relevant. And I think if someone enjoys something and it's not harming anyone else, then I don't know why anyone has a problem about it. I enjoy pageants so much. It's not hurting anyone. I've made some amazing friends. I've got some great skills from it. And I just think, just let women do what they want to do. We're in 2022. We've been fighting for rights and fighting for what we want to do for all this time. Just let them have a bit of fun.
I mean, back in the early days, they were seen as being quite sexist and misogynistic. Now, a lot of people taking part in them, like yourself, say actually they're not like that anymore, but they are actually quite empowering. I mean, why do you find it empowering?
So for a start, I just want to mention the women that enter pageants do it because they want to. Nobody's forcing anyone to enter a pageant. It's because they want to try something new, or they want to put themselves out of the comfort zone, or they want to make friends, or they want to learn something. And I know everyone always says, oh, it's empowering. And I think it really depends on the person. For me, it's empowering because I spent so many years covering myself up and hiding away, and to actually have the guts to go on stage in a swimsuit and walk down the stage with everyone looking at me. I mean, I lost 8 stone. I'm super proud of that. So walking on a stage in a swimsuit with everyone looking at me, for me, was like the cherry on top of the cake. It was such a proud moment for me. I know everyone's stories are different and everyone, has different things that they like about pageants. But for me, that was just amazing. That was something that I was just so, so proud of. And yeah, it's just amazing. Pageants, honestly, are the best fun. I've made so many friends from pageants. Some of my bestest friends from pageants. And I think anyone that's got a bad opinion of it should just either go watch one or enter one and just have an opinion after, because you can't judge something you've never actually done before.
Has it changed your life?
Oh, completely. So even just little things like going to interviews, like I never would have been able to have the confidence to sit in an interview and talk about myself. I'd never have the confidence to come on TV if it wasn't for pageants, because I never had that experience. I never had that training. So all these years that I've competed in pageants have given me the confidence to be able to do things like this, to be able to go into interviews and, like just so much. I've had so many amazing opportunities from pageants. It's absolutely amazing. But and I know this sounds cliche, but the best thing about pageants is the friends that I've made from it, because genuinely my closest friends are through pageants.
What I don't get, in an age where you just said a woman has now fought hard and earned the right to her own mind to do the things that she wants to do, totally get that. But really, to go on stage in a swimsuit and just be judged for your looks, does that really belong in the 21st century?
See, everyone always thinks that pageants are purely based on looks, and they're not at all. And it's until you actually listen to people like me who talk about it, you don't actually know. There's so many different rounds in every different system. So Miss Great Britain, personally, there's a charity round. There's a round that's judged on personality, which I was glad to win. There's so many different rounds. There's so many different things to it. It's not based on looks. There's nowhere on a judging sheet that scores you based on looks. It's about your confidence. It's about how you walk, how you interview, how much money you've raised. So many different elements to it. It's not purely just based on looks.
Look, I mean, I have to say, I agree with you. I've been a judge at several competitions. I think we've got some glorious pictures of me. I've got it in Gibraltar. Was the first one I did. I judged Miss Gibraltar. There I am at the judging table.
Oh, yes.
Along with Mr. England, who was there. That's
you kissing the winner?
That's Miss Gibraltar 2011. Right. And that's me with the Miss England crown on. There you go. Because why not? And I've also judged.
That's what I always wanted.
Yeah, and I've judged Miss England and I've judged Mr. England. And my experience has always been that it is empowering that these men and women come out of this feeling so much more confident, and because they want to do it, they want to be there, they want to represent their countries or their areas, and it's just been nothing but a positive thing.
But did you judge? Was there anywhere where you had to judge for just looks?
No.
Really?
No.
Oh. No. Well, then what is it? It's a beauty pageant.
But it's more than that, isn't it? It's about judging people on... I mean, yes, there's poise and there's style and all that sort of thing, but there's also... It is about personality and about who they are and how they present themselves and all those sort of aspects.
I think it has evolved, there's no doubt about that. I presented Miss World in 1985. There's me coming down the stairs. I'm in the middle. It's all very dark, isn't it? But, oh, God, yes, look at that. I was presenting, and that was at the Royal Albert Hall, audience of 80 million. I mean, it was a big deal in those days. But it was very much about being judged for your beauty. And I found it a bit off-putting watching the way the girls were handled and treated and corralled. They had to be protected against the paparazzi and everything. But you don't find it demeaning in any way, Jen?
No, not at all. And things have changed so much since then. Like you said, nobody's crowned in a swimsuit. It's not judged on what size you are or anything like that. Like nowadays, it's a hobby. It's something fun for girls to do. It's not a career. You're not going to get famous out of doing pageants. I mean, some girls do, but it's a hobby. It's a fun hobby. So it's changed so much. And although it's called a beauty pageant, you know, people have different perspective of beauty, and you can't just say, oh, it's a beauty pageant, so the prettiest girl wins. It's never the case. And if it was, I certainly wouldn't have won, because the girls I was competing against, a lot of them were just beautiful inside and out.
Absolutely. I remember there have been some very famous Miss Worlds and Miss Universes, because they have gone on to do amazing things. There was a very famous one she was a Miss World, called Raita Faria. It's funny that I remember her name, and she was Miss India, and then she obviously won Miss World. She was a doctor. There are plenty, I mean, it doesn't say anything about your brain, does it? And unfortunately, I guess. But, I mean, there are some very clever women who take part in that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's great to talk to you, Jen. I'm just glad it was a positive experience for you, and that you're such a great ambassador for the good side of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
I found it slightly uncomfortable, I must say. I never presented it again because I just couldn't take it.
Oh, Jen, thank you very much indeed.
Wonder what you think.
I'm all for it, but because it has changed. And the first one I did was Miss Gibraltar, and it was the fact that these girls came on of all shapes and sizes, and they were all proud Gibraltarians. And that's what they wanted to do, was represent Gibraltar.
Yes, and there's no doubt that's very true. Totally get that.
I loved that.
I think it's just the swimsuit brigade. And in the olden days, and certainly in '85, the girls all lined up. I think that's what I didn't like, is the way they were lined up. And then at one point they were asked to turn around in their swimsuits. And I found that really deeply patronising and horrible. Yeah. But I think those days are over. Yeah, at least I hope they are.
Yes, I think so. OK, look, coming up, well, let us know what you think about that. You've got half an hour to get your thoughts.
Yeah, GBNews at gbnews.uk.
Yeah, and coming up, we're going to be talking to the former chairman of the British Olympic Association.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Keats with your latest Met Office forecast. And the first day of the weekend offers plenty of sunshine for many places. Warm as well across a lot of the country, but a bit damper towards the far northwest of Scotland later. At the moment, though, we've got this very weak weather front just pushing its way southwards across the UK. Barely noticeable if you're out and about, a bit of cloud here and there, tending to give up the ghost as we move on through the day. And that's this area of cloud here coming across parts of Wales, southern England, but many places here seeing some sunshine readily developing through this morning. And then into the afternoon, blue skies across much of the UK with lots of unbroken sunshine around. The eastern Northern Ireland clouding up a little bit later on in the day, as it will do across parts of western and northern Scotland, with some rain affecting the Outer Hebrides and later into the Northern Isles. Here it's a little bit on the cooler side, 13 to 16 Celsius, but for much of the United Kingdom it's going to be a warm afternoon, temperatures peaking around 27 in southern England. Then a glorious evening to come this evening for many parts of the country, lots of sunshine to close out the day. A bit more cloud though across the far northwest, and this cloud will be producing some rain across parts of northern Scotland, particularly Orkney and Shetland, where a few heavier bursts are possible into the early hours of Sunday. Elsewhere, though, at least clear spells, if not lengthy clear periods to take us into Sunday morning, and quite a warm night, temperatures no lower than 13 to 16 Celsius. Then on Sunday, high pressure is very much in charge of our weather, so a fine settled day pretty much across the board. These weather fronts initially affecting northern Scotland pulling away, so all parts of the UK just about seeing at least some fine weather on Sunday. So a glorious start to the day for many places. One or two early shallow mist or fog patches readily clearing. Any cloud tended to break up through the day, and the rain away from northern Scotland should be away fairly soon into the afternoon. Widely a warmer day than on Sunday, highs peaking 27 to 29 in the south. And this sets a warm and sunny trend into next week, with lots of sunshine around to take us through. A few showers midweek, but before we get there, temperatures could be into the low 30s. Take care.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Morning to you, 9:27. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Anne.
Yeah, we are the People's Channel. I think you know that by now. So we listen to what you would like to say. Joining us now is our viewer and listener, Linda Atkinson in Kent. Hello there, Linda. Lovely to join you. There's so much to ask you if you've got a view on this morning. What do you think about, for instance, we were just interviewing the beauty pageant She was Miss Great Britain.
Miss Great Britain.
Miss Great Britain. What do you think about beauty pageants?
Well, it's up to them, isn't it? I don't feel that we should be put down or anything. It's up to her. I wouldn't do it personally, but I think it's okay. There's a lot of money to be made in that, isn't it, for people?
Yeah. You don't feel uncomfortable that here we are in the 21st century and we're still asking girls to get up on stage in swimsuits?
Yeah, I do understand that point of view, but really it doesn't bother me. And if they want to do it, why should we keep them down? We're kept down enough, actually. So I think it's okay for them. And she was quite right. I was listening to what she said, and she was quite right.
I mean, to be fair, we do it with the men as well. For Mr. England, they wade about in their swim shorts.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He's judged Mr. England
I've judged them all, let me tell you. I've judged them all. It's quite an interesting experience doing it all. Now, we can't get you on without asking about politics.
Well, it's a bit of a beauty pageant at the moment, isn't it?
Just?
Well, yes, I'm really upset with the way they've treated our Prime Minister. He's made mistakes, he has, but he's the best of all. And how they've rounded up on him, social media is awash with it, you know, how they can't stand how they've treated him. And as for Rishi, and it's just appalling. And I feel bereaved, actually. He's made mistakes. He's not brilliant. But look what he's done. He's got us through Brexit. And that's what it's all about, Brexit. They don't like the fact that he got us through Brexit. They've tried every turn to stop him. I just think he's amazing, and I'm really choked for him, really am. So,
do you think, forgive me, Linda, but do you think then there is at least a danger that if someone who wasn't a Brexiteer gets into number 10, that they could start to turn things around and sort of head back towards the EU?
No, I don't trust them. I think this has all been orchestrated to get him out. Right from the beginning, they didn't want him. You know, I'm no expert on politics, but I'm not stupid, and I watch what goes on. I listen. I've got my own views. I'm a floating voter, so they need to go after me. And Labour are not doing it for me. And if I can tell you about a story about my father, he's 92. He's always been a Labour man, always. Had run his own business, but he still voted Labour because he was a working man. And now he's appalled at the way they've acted, what they've done and helped get rid of Boris. The last two, he voted for Boris and he never thought he would. You know, he was brought up, his father was part of helping to get the right amount of money for the men. He led people, my granddad, he led people and in effect, he got more money for them. And then when they came to going back to work, the office didn't want him, so he was out of work. So my grandparents had nothing. So they really did have hard times. My father will tell you he walked behind a horse and cart picking up poo to sell for his family. So he knows hardship, and that's why he always voted for the working man. But Labour are not for the working man anymore. And as I say, I'm a floating voter, so they need to look after me, and they're not. And what do we do now? Because the Conservatives are in a mess. They're fighting each other. It's just it's appalling.
If you had an email that you could send personally to Boris Johnson this morning, what would you say? What would you tell him?
Well, I think I've already drafted one. I'm just so sad for him. I know he's made mistakes, the way they worry about the way he bumbled his hair, but that's just a trait. They wouldn't moan about somebody else that had a broken leg. They're just really mean. So I would just say that, you know, I'm proud of what you've done. Thank you for getting this far. And whoever takes over, I hope they're going to carry on the good work, because we need to be out of the EU. We voted for a common market. That's what we voted for. And we were gradually led into this EU, and they are in charge of us. And that's not what we want. We want to make our own laws. So I'm very passionate about it. As you know, I'm a parish councillor and I'm a clerk for 2 different councils. So I speak to lots of public, and they all are appalled at what's going on. So
we're out of time.
Oh, are we? Oh.
Yeah, we are out of time. But as you're a clerk at a parish council, Linda, I just feel like saying, you have no authority here, Linda Atkins. You have no authority here. It's got to be done. Look, do you know what? It's really good to talk to you, because I think it's the voice of the real people who watch this channel and listen to us on the radio that all these politicians need to be listening to, and I think they get so wrapped up in their own Westminster bubble that they forget what real people want.
What time do you watch us? What time do you watch us and listen to us, Linda? What time of the day?
We have you on all of the day, but mostly I've gone off aiming a bit. He's gone a bit too lefty, to be honest. I always watch you two, yeah. Always watch you two. We have it on all day, in the background in the other room, and then watch other programmes in between. But you have been fantastic. I can't stand the other channels now, and I'm trying to tell everybody to watch you. So, and some have never heard of you, so I am, banging your drum.
Hey, Linda, have you got a mug?
No, I'd like one.
We'll send one to you to say thank you.
Yeah, what a good idea. Yes, we will. Linda, really good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Lovely to talk.
But you know what? I think it's a bit like with the Brexit vote, when everyone in Westminster and all the middle-class people sort of down in London and things think, it's never going to happen, because it's not what people weren't listening to what the country were actually saying.
That's absolutely. It's all very well for the politicians to think they know best, but do they really? And have they spoken to people like Linda?
No.
She's a star, by the way, isn't she? I hope you're not still watching, Linda, but you are a star.
Yeah, good, isn't she? She reminded me of someone. I can't think.
I know, me too. Who?
Yeah, we all know a Linda.
Yeah.
There you go. Really nice to talk to her.
Yeah.
Now, our next guest this morning has been playing sports and working in the world of sport for 60 years.
Somewhat successfully. Understatement. He is Sir Craig Reedy. He's the former president of the World Anti-Doping Agency and a former chairman of the British Olympic Association. And he joins us now. Very good morning. Lovely to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us. You've written this book about what it was like to bring home the Olympic Games for us.
Yes, that was a huge, huge plus. It took about 19 and a half years from the decision to bid with London as opposed to previous bids with Manchester. And that was in, I think, January 1994. And 19 and a half years later, we passed the company over to be wound up. So they're not short-term exercises.
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? Because as Brits, we look down on ourselves quite a lot. And I know there was quite a lot of a sense before 2012 that we weren't going to make that good a job of it. Somehow it wasn't going to work. That was a part of the feeling in the country. And then when it happened, we just blew it out of the water. I mean, it was just the most amazing experience.
Yeah, it set the country alight, for sure, for all sorts of reasons. We had to rebuild a big area in East London, a scene of industrial devastation. We have to put together a sports plan. We have to put together transport. The British Olympic Association have got to get Team GB in good order, and none of that was easy. I think one of the big pluses at that time, funnily enough, was almost total political unity. Over the last few days, I think we could say that these were the good old days. But the International Olympic Committee had a sort of friendly saying that we like to give our games to people we like. So a bidding team, Sebastian Coe, Keith Mills, myself, we went out of our way to meet the constituency and try to be liked. And then we pulled it off in Singapore in July 2005. And then all the building, all the construction, and the whole thing came together exactly before the 27th of July 2012. And we had 16 wonderful, wonderful days.
Where were you and what was it like when the announcement was made that we had got the Olympic Games?
Well, I was actually sitting on the stage as a member of the International Olympic Committee and about to complete a burning ambition. And that was never to vote, because you're not allowed to vote if you have a city from your own country bidding for the Games. I had a sneaking feeling that we were doing all right. So just to sit there and watch Jack Rogger open the envelope, wow, what a moment.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was. We all remember it, don't we? We all remember that moment.
I remember because we had camera. It was all being streamed in Trafalgar Square, wasn't it? And the crowd just erupted. There must have been a tremendous pressure, though. The pressure to get this right.
Well, the pressure is put on you because there is a date at which a decision is taken. And then 7 years later, there is a date at which you hold an opening ceremony. And you've got to do that. You've got to meet these dates. If you don't, there's no point in starting the bidding process. But we were able to pull together a very talented team led by Paul Dighton, now Lord Dighton, an outstanding chief executive. He described it as a very, very unusual challenge. It's a company that doubled in size each year for 7 years and then goes out of business. But the big beneficiaries in many ways were British athletes. I mean, Team GB performed wonderfully well. And when the home team performs well, everybody gets behind them. And that's a certain, it's not a tradition. We're good spectators in this country and we enjoy the British teams winning.
Well, we've got to love you and leave you now, just for time reasons. But before I do, can I just ask, I know you're a badminton champion. Do you still play?
Sorry, Anne, can I say that again?
I said you were a badminton champion. Do you still play?
Oh, what a nice question. Yeah, I played for quite a long time. I managed to help build a 6-court hall in Glasgow with lighting so I could see the shuttle, and it's still there, 45 years later. But I got slower, faster than all my companions, and I lost every game, so it was time to move to something else. Golf, for example.
Yeah, quite right.
Why not?
So, Craig, it's really good to see you this morning.
Brilliant.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds like a good book too.
Yeah, it will.
All the stories behind, absolutely.
Yeah. Look, don't go anywhere. We've got all the sport and showbiz with Aidan and Stephanie in a couple of minutes.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know. The latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Breakfast time, tennis time.
Tennis time, family time. Aidan and Stephanie are with us too.
Yes.
So we get stuck into the tennis as well as anything else.
Let's extend the family down to Ellie Costello, who's at Wimbledon ahead of the big final today, Ellie.
Yes, and it's great to be part of the family and with you guys this morning. It's the penultimate day of Wimbledon 2022. It's ladies singles finals today. Lots and lots to look forward to. And people have been coming from all over the world to see the tennis today. Loads of really excited people on Wimbledon Common this morning. Some arrived at 5 o'clock this morning. I spoke to them this morning about what they were most looking forward to.
Wimbledon, of course, it's just such a big tournament, and it's so... it's so exclusive, you know, it's good to be part of that.
I just love the whole atmosphere. It's just lovely. Just love the place. It's just been coming every year since 2013, apart from two. I've missed two since then. It's lovely to have normal life back.
So we came all the way from Poland. We came, 5 a.m.?
Yes, I was very happy because my son remember every year of my birthday. And this day, I was 60 years old, and it's very nice. The best gift for me in my life.
So that big match this afternoon is the ladies' singles final. It's between Ons Jabeur and Elena Rybakina. Now, this is going to be history-making, whatever happens and whoever wins. Ons Jabeur is the first African and Arabic player to reach a Wimbledon semi-final. I also believe it's her first Wimbledon. Aidan will be able to clarify that for us in a second. And Elena Rybakina, she's actually from Kazakhstan. She is Russian. She changed her nationality at 18 in order to secure funding, but both of them, it's their first Wimbledon and they're both in the final, so it's going to be an absolutely fantastic game for people to watch today. It's going to be hot as well, 32 degrees. It's meant to be later on centre court. But just before I leave you, I just wanted to test your knowledge, and Aidan, if you know this, maybe keep your mouth shut. How many balls do you think they go through at Wimbledon over 14 days? Take a guess.
15,000.
Oh, I was going to say 6,000.
I don't know the answer to this, but I'm going to go for 8,250.
Oh, I'd say 7,000.
Ellie?
OK, it's a lot more than that. 55,000 balls they get through in 14 days at Wimbledon. 250 ball boys and girls. And in terms of strawberries and cream, which is what I've been talking about all day today, 27 tonnes of strawberries and 7,000 litres of cream they get through at Wimbledon. It's incredible, isn't it? Incredible amount.
Wow. Ellie,
Oh, that sounds so nice.
I was there on Wednesday.
Tons of strawberries and cream.
I was there on Wednesday, £11 for a Pimm's. But you did get a couple of quid back if you returned your plastic.
Yeah, but it's the experience.
Was it a jug of Pimm's?
No, it wasn't. It was quite. It's a decent size. Keep me going for about 15 minutes.
Someone's in the money. Let's whiz up to Scotland's Scottish Open. David Donaldson is there for us this morning. How's the weather? How's the atmosphere, Davey?
The weather couldn't be any better at all. It's been absolutely fantastic here. I was here yesterday, got a little bit sunburnt, and today I don't think it's going to be much different because it's going to be about 22, 23 degrees today. Absolutely perfect conditions for golf. There is a slight breeze, which won't help the players, but the first of players have been out around about 9:15 this morning. Not expecting the leaders to go out. Tringale's our leader on 7 under. He's not out with Woodland until 20 to 4, so it's going to be a long day's golf. Jordan Spieth is going out with John Ram. That's an interesting pairing, but there's 7 shots off the lead, so yeah, that's going to take some doing, or certainly trying to get in position before the last day tomorrow, which is a sellout. And as you can see, it's not that busy behind me at the moment, but it's going to be much busier later. That's because people are probably waiting until the players in with a real shout of winning it start to tee off later on this afternoon. But really great day indeed. I certainly enjoyed it yesterday, and a lot of people are just enjoying the atmosphere, enjoying the golf, and why not? Ahead of the Open at St Andrews next week, a lot of players using this as a warm-up. One of those was Scotty Scheffler, the world #1. Sadly for him, he didn't make the cut. He'll be hoping to do much better at St Andrews next week.
Great. Well, I hope you have a good day's golfing there. It looks lovely. But I tell you what, bring it home to Wimbledon. It's all going on there at the moment. You were there just the other day, lucky thing.
I was, yeah. So I arrived at around about 12 o'clock. Now, the issue was that I had a choice between Court 1 and Centre Court, and I thought I hadn't seen Kyrgios for a while, so I'd go and watch him. It ended up being the worst of the worst option, actually, because he won quite easily in straight sets, whereas Nadal played out a 5-setter and eventually retired afterwards, which meant that Kyrgios, who won his match, advanced to the final without actually having to play a semi.
It's going to be a good final.
But it was brilliant.
It was
brilliant. The crowd's on Henman Hill, which used to be called Brzezinski Ridge, Murray Mound, and it's now called Norrie Knoll, obviously.
Norrie Knoll, absolutely.
But no, it's brilliant. It was fantastic, and it's the first time I've been for about 3 years, obviously.
A friend of mine got tickets for tomorrow, court #1.
Oh.
I said, well, what do you do in court #1 during the men's final? I think they show it on a screen.
They do, but there are exhibition matches as well. So,
yes.
I mean, at the end, on Court 1 the other day...
Well, there's always things worth watching, but it's
definitely
not quite the same as having a centre court ticket for men's.
No, it's not. It's not. Although saying that, there's not much difference now between Court 1 and Centre Court. I mean, Court 1 was was renovated about 20 years ago, and it's not like the old days in the 70s and 80s where it was very much the inferior court. They're both pretty much similar.
Yeah, but when the men's final is being played,
I know.
To be sitting in the wrong court is a bit of a shame.
Did they have to pay quite a bit for the tickets?
Yeah, well, they're members anyway, so they get in the draw every year anyway. I don't know whether you have to pay on top, but you're just in the draw in the end, and that's what you thought. Oh, finals day!
My mate Roger was at. He was on Court 1 with me watching Kyrgios. And then he was about to... Well, he just came out of the court, and then his wife and 3 kids turned up at 5 o'clock. They got 4 tickets for free to then carry on watching Nadal on Centre Court. So while he was outside drinking Pimm's with me, the rest of them were all on £5 on free tickets.
That's the fun. That's the fun of going.
I have to say, if I'm being brutally honest, I don't get tennis.
Neither do I.
What?
Neither do I. My mum loves it. She watches it all the time. I just don't understand it. But I don't understand it, but I'll happily watch tennis.
Well, as long as you've got a drink.
Honestly,
I know, then I'm all good. Both look, Aidan and Anna looking at us like, really nice.
I tell you where I'd rather be, and actually I have seen him in concert.
Yeah.
Craig David. I saw him at the O2 a few years ago.
Yeah.
I have to say, he was unbelievable.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting such a good concert like that, actually, but he put on such a good performance, like all of his classics and all of his new stuff. He's been around for like 22 years, so that was actually
What's his most famous song?
To me, it's Rewind. Do you remember Craig?
What day was the concert?
It was on
he
Thursday.
normally chills on a Sunday, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh! Come on, get off.
That was a good one.
I mean, he's one of these. I mean, because he got a lot of stick over a period of time, but he does actually. I mean, the man can perform, and he does all the DJing as well.
And he does a bit of rapping. So 1 minute he's singing, the next minute he's rapping. He had the crowds growing at Henley Festival.
Well, he even got Theresa May.
I was surprised that she was a fan of his.
I don't know if we've still got the movie film of that, have we?
Yeah, we do.
She did a bit of
They were all at the Henley Festival, and she was really going for it.
The robot dance.
Yeah.
I admire her for having a go. Because actually, I always feel a bit self-conscious at a gig or anything where sort of everyone's up and dancing.
Well, now that everybody's got phones with cameras, it's dangerous.
It used to be lighters, didn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But if you let yourself go, anyone
people are going to
can take
film
a
it.
Film of you, and
if you're standing still, people are still going to film you anyway. But obviously, this was on the day that Boris resigned, so a lot of people are saying she's getting her own back and she was celebrating, which I don't think it was. I think
doubt it even crossed her mind.
Having a good time, no. But she looked amazing. She had this nice red dress on.
I saw her on Wednesday night, actually.
Did
I was at a little dinner, and I had a word with Mrs. May.
Yeah.
She was keeping very tightly.
Oh.
So do you think she's being more visible to try and get a little bit of an interim prime ministerial role?
No, the Henley Festival is local.
I don't think she'd want it.
Oh yeah, of course she's.
I mean, she's Maidenhead MP. Yeah, it's all of that area is very tight. I think we're showing pictures of her now, bobbing. Yeah. But everybody in that area is involved in the Henley Festival in some way, and of course she will have been a VIP guest anyhow.
She ain't got no natural rhythm.
No, she hasn't.
But as long as she has a good time, who cares?
Exactly.
She's not running across farmers' fields as well. Remember that one?
The what? Sorry, the what?
Running across farmers' fields.
Oh, yeah. Fields of wheat.
Yeah, the fields of wheat.
Fields of wheat. Now, can we talk Alfie Moon?
Yes, Shane Ritchie's coming back to EastEnders. So the last time he was on Albert Square was in 2019, but he fled the square after him and Kat divorced because he got her cousin pregnant and they had a child. So bosses have
Sorry, that's the plot.
The plot. Yeah, that's the plot. That's the plot. That's the plot. But bosses have confirmed, and he's confirmed that he'll be coming back to the square this autumn. So
he comes in and out occasionally. Doesn't he?
Yeah. And he's been on the show since 2002, so it'll be interesting. 2002.
I remember seeing him. I remember seeing a football match. It was a game at Loftus Road. He would have been supporting Manchester United. They were playing Fulham, February the 28th, 2004, and he was turned up wearing a fur coat.
Yeah.
So he's getting a bit fed up with all the attention. So some bloke just shouts out, "Oi, Alfie, you're wearing Kat's coat."
No, he's always a favourite. People
they do like him. And I think because, EastEnders have had, dwindling viewers over the past few years, they always bring back all these old characters to try and get the interest back up again in the show. So hopefully he'll do his magic, or he just might be very naughty in the autumn. So it'll be interesting.
I don't know, the ratings have gone down.
I
didn't know the ratings.
Yeah, the ratings have been down for quite a while. I don't know why, because EastEnders is like,
it's
our
probably
heritage
interaction
show.
with TV, isn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder if it's because we've had a very depressing 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
Shows that I find, shows like EastEnders and Tory and all that, are a bit, because it's all about trauma. I find it a bit depressing. So do people?
Well, they always used to say that
They do.
EastEnders was the depressing one and Corrie was the slightly more light.
Well, they should never have sat. They should never have axed El Dorado. That was a nice
Eldorado.
That was a nice.
Is that how you pronounce it? I thought it was Eldorado.
Eldorado? No.
Well, it could be.
So she might be one of the characters, but.
What's Eldorado?
Eldorado goes back to the 80s.
Yeah, they launched
92.
Yeah.
92.
And it was like this big thing, and it was based in Spain.
It was EastEnders on the Costa del Sol.
Sounds like a hit.
They built the village.
They built a village, yeah. And it was basically the story of a load of expats.
Yeah.
But which sounds brilliant because it's sunshine. But it's got very low ratings.
It was controversial because they axed Wogan for it.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you have
no viewers. And then
an amazing memory. He's just remembered that they axed Wogan for it. which isn't a good start because Wogan was so popular.
So it was on at 7 o'clock between
Act's a really
before
good
EastEnders,
show.
at the end of the news, and then
Yeah,
the
that's
EastEnders.
right.
And the problem is they blew all the budget on the set, and then they didn't have enough money for the
not
actors.
on the script.
And
Right,
then
we're being yelled at.
We're being axed.
Yeah, we're being axed. Yeah, we literally are now.
Getting the same way as Eldorado.
We'll see you tomorrow. Esther and Philip are here next.
Good morning, I'm Stephen Keats with your latest Met Office forecast. And the first day of the weekend offers plenty of sunshine for many places, warm as well across a lot of the country, but a bit damper towards the far northwest of Scotland later. At the moment though, we've got this very weak weather front just pushing its way southwards across the UK. Barely noticeable if you're out and about, a bit of cloud here and there, tending to give up the ghost as we move on through the day. And that's this area of cloud here coming across parts of Wales, southern England, but many places here seeing some sunshine readily developing through this morning. And then into the afternoon, blue skies across much of the UK with lots of unbroken sunshine around. The eastern Northern Ireland clouding up a little bit later on in the day, as it will do across parts of western and northern Scotland, with some rain affecting the Outer Hebrides and later into the Northern Isles. Here it's a little bit on the cooler side, 13 to 16 Celsius, but for much of the United Kingdom it's going to be a warm afternoon, temperatures peaking around 27 in southern England. Then a glorious evening to come this evening for many parts of the country, lots of sunshine to close out the day. A bit more cloud though across the far northwest, and this cloud will be producing some rain across parts of northern Scotland, particularly Orkney and Shetland, where a few heavier bursts are possible into the early hours of Sunday. Elsewhere though, at least clear spells, if not lengthy clear periods to take us into Sunday morning, and quite a warm night, temperatures no lower than 13 to 16 Celsius. Then on Sunday, high pressure is very much in charge of our weather, so a fine settled day pretty much across the board. These weather fronts initially affecting northern Scotland pulling away, so all parts of the UK just about seeing at least some fine weather on Sunday. So glorious starts today for many places, one or two early shallow mist or fog patches readily clearing, any cloud tended to break up through the day, and the rain away from northern Scotland should be away fairly soon into the afternoon. Widely a warmer day than on Sunday, highs peaking 27 to 29 in the south. And this sets a warm and sunny trend into next week with lots of sunshine around to take us through. A few showers midweek, but before we get there, temperatures could be into the low 30s. Take care.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News.